that dumbass baby off in the desert and went out for a pack of cigarettes. Oh, that's right. I forgot Ghost of Yotai came out this year. Oh,
it did.
Right. So did everybody else. I'm having fun.
God.
I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. In
Oh,
other news,
wow.
Ubisoft is saying gamers don't buy new games anymore.
Ubisoft blames it's declining revenue on gamers playing fewer games. Guys, it's not our fault. It's the customer's fault.
Funny how their former employees don't seem to be having that problem.
Isn't that crazy? I wonder why. What
That
could be the difference?
Wow. Speaking of which, you know that weird statue Joff is...
Oh, that game was fucking badass.
...belongs to Ubisoft. They're announcing that 2025 was so successful that they're going out of business next year. Now, for the Nintendo fans, I know a lot of you are living in cardboard boxes right now because of the Nintendo Switch 2 rollout, but just remember, they patented cardboard boxes with the Labo. Lawyers...
That's just sad. I mean, they're up... Nintendo right now, I think that they need to have a come-to-Jesus moment. They do. The kind of shit that they've been making in, like, the last 5 to, like, 10 years has just not been that good. It hasn't been that good at all. Like, what are they doing? For real, yeah, it's embarrassing.
They're on their way now. Meanwhile, Joff is over here at the Game Awards pretending
Joff?
that gaming has been saved because Kojima...
You know what I fucking hate about him? Joff is every single fucking event that he does, he said he gets a sponsor from Wuthering Waves. Every single time for the last, like, 2 or 3 years, it's been another sponsor for Wuthering Waves. And he calls it, every single time, Wuthering Waves. That's not how you say it. That's never been how you say it. Stop saying it like that. Wuthering Waves, that's not it. Like, I'm serious. And it's so fucking annoying. It's like you've been sponsoring this guy for 3 fucking years. You guys didn't think to tell him to say the name the right way? God damn.
Let's take a look, Steve. Here we go.
I believe in you.
What if you're wrong?
Now
No.
you know why I was so excited.
But it's not all gloom and doom. We've actually gotten a lot of good games this year. And the Game Awards
I played
are here to
this.
make sure that none of those games win trophies. So I'm going to make some predictions that will all be wrong in about 6 hours. But first, I just got to say something. The Spike TV Awards were bombastic. They were proudly stupid. A celebrity walked on stage, mispronounced every game title, gave all the award, and then wandered off to get free drinks.
That's right.
Jack Black beat Kratos for Best Actor of the Year. They honestly did not give a fuck.
But I'm not going to be in the same game as those smelly 8-bit monsters.
Why? Is it because I have an underbite and I'm gay?
Joff's stunts are making Kojima smile. He'll build this.
Well, hey, that didn't age well, did it? He was so mad that Death Stranding 2 didn't win anything. Oh God, that was sad. I almost felt bad for him. But you know, again, make another Metal Gear Solid, I'll be happy. And yeah, he was burned. He was. And I do think that Jeff's event is really good, but I do wish we had the Raunchy Game Awards where we had a bunch of sluts just come up and read the awards. It's like you get a bunch of girls that'll come up in like bikinis and be like, okay, the game here is called for Explanation 13. Wait, what is that? Oh, sorry. Just have to get them on there and do this.
Got you up for 2 weeks and review.
And yeah, in cosplay of the character, exactly.
Scientology. And made me finally leave my wife for Kojima's son. Life was a meaningless pursuit of fleeting pleasure until this next game was announced. Let's take a look.
Monster Energy Girls, yeah, wasn't that the Streamer Awards? Oh wait. Oh wow. Nintendogs.
Awards like best layoffs and company with the least.
By the way, you need to be using the greatsword. This weapon sucks dick.
Sexual harassment lawsuits. Now we have games for impact. I'm gonna bring in the sincere music here because it's time to make a sincere point. AC Shadows wasn't nominated for Games of Impact, but it should win because of the impact it had on Ubisoft stock. My God, you see that shit? Best voice actor, we all know Charlie Cox is gonna win because
Not quite.
Cox. Best indie game doesn't even have Indiana Jones nominated. What are we
True.
doing here? There are too mmany
True.
categories and not enough games to fill them. I mean, look at best fighting games. We have
Best fighting games. There's been like 2 fighting games. What they need to do is they need to have more, like they need to change the way the categories are. They do. Like they need to add in, I think, 1 or 2 extra categories for smaller video games. Like a game, like for example, there should be a category that Megabonk is competing against, I don't know, fucking ball pit. Like there has to be another category for this. Bex roguelike? No, I don't want to. There are too many roguelike games. Schedule 1, ball pit and Megabonk, head to head. Absolutely. Indie games, real indie games.
Capcom game from the 90s. Best
Yeah.
RPG? How dare you put this?
This dick-sucking piece of shit, garbage, flip-flop, fucking limp dick, erectile dysfunction, millennial quirk, personality of mayonnaise, white bread, garbage, boring, repeatable, no fish in the game, piece of shit. I know I gave it a 7 out of 10, but that's because I didn't play Oblivion. When I played Oblivion and I found out that they made a game 17 years ago that was better than this, well then now it's a 6.
Phil, next to a valve like that.
You're retarded. I was retarded. But the difference between when I'm retarded and when IGN is retarded is I say I'm retarded and IGN says you're racist.
Knock a few of these out. Expedition 33, Expedition 33, Expedition 33, Expedition 33. All right, I've made my point.
He was
We're
right.
gonna ignore every category moving forward that has Expedition 33 in it because we
Yeah.
all know it's going to win. So let's move to our
Absolutely.
next category, Best Expedition 33. Competition is stiff this year. I mean, look, of the 5 VR
Of the 5 VR games that came out this year, nobody played any of them.
only 5 made it to the Game Awards. For our next category, Best Pimps. That's you guys.
We did it.
hit the Shaker Cup goal
What's-
faster
wait,
than
what-
anyone
what's
thought
this?
possible. If there was a record, we broke it. If there was a graph,
Hands
we
up.
topped it. Thank you
Yeah.
for your support.
Oh, Oblivion.
That Shaker Cup. I'm reading every comment on the plane ride to Japan.
You know, nowadays we have to have a new category because all of AAA is just the same thing. The new category is going to be called Best Remake. Best Remake because you know they make a new game. So it's like, is it going to be the remake of Oblivion or the remake of some other shit? Pirate
More on
Yakuza, I
later.
played that.
GTA 6 is out here award farming for most anticipated game, 2nd year in a row.
Yep.
Let's go for the 3-peat next year,
Wow.
guys. Come on, you got one more delay in you. Best art direction. This is just a category where critics pretend they
See,
understand.
this is the kind of people that play Avowed. Those are the people that play it and they get excited about it. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yep.
Color theory. Meanwhile, Donkey Kong's like, I am yellow, the
Uh-huh.
world is happy. That's what art looks like.
I need
Still
to
not
play
Game of the
that.
Year, but
I am
that's
play
what
it.
I like right there. Stop the presses. We just got word Todd Howard is going to be one of the announcers this year. He's going to
Yep.
present the award for shortest game of the year. Get it? Because he's short.
At least 2 or 3. You got to think 28
Building competition. He looked huge.
at least.
Jesus Christ.
The year. We got 2 walking
Yeah.
simulators, 1 piece of nostalgia bait, 1
Uh-huh.
French game, a game that didn't even come out this year, and
Yep.
Silksong. Kingdom Come in Guise is a very realistic game. You swing your sword
At
once,
least
you
2 or
build
3. You
on
got to
it,
think
Granby. This is the only
28.
game
Yep.
of the year nominee where hygiene is
At
a game
least.
mechanic. Comparing
That's why I can't play it.
to the first game, this is the second game. Hades 2.
He's so fat. Yeah, bro, they put Hephaestus. This guy's supposed to be the fucking blacksmithing god. He's a fat ass in a wheelchair. What the fuck were you thinking? Oh my god. It was a good game. It was a great game, but this was...
by Squarespace.
Watch out for the polar bears. Yeah, I knew a kid up back when we were both kids, but back in college, he went to community college in Saskatchewan, wanted to play hockey before he came down to our school, and his community college was on the polar bear migratory route. So he'd be sitting in his classroom, and over the intercom here, there is a polar bear in the parking lot. Please stay in all the buildings. There is a polar bear in the parking lot.
That's
Oh, they hunt humans and eat everything, so they're the most vicious of all the bears. Oh, they'll hunt you 100 miles if they catch your scent, and if they're hungry enough.
Yeah, I think so. There's no telling.
Hey,
No.
we can hear you, Audie. Hope you had a great holiday, Audie. Happy New Year.
There's a little bit of drama. One of my cats got out and he's on walkabout. He hasn't come back yet, so yeah.
Roger Dodger. Yep,
Yeah.
safe and sound.
Meanwhile, the other one is outside my door meowing for wet food because she's never ever been fed in her entire life since yesterday. Even though she has crunchy food, she just doesn't like it. Alright, anyway. In Star Wars, the Life Day event ends next Tuesday, so there's one more week to pelt strangers with snowballs, hug Wookiees, and hoard snow-covered parcels like a holiday dragon. The vendor is still offering shiny new Life Day goodies until reset. And then you have to wait until December of next year. Wow. December of this year. Bounty contract is this week. It's live through the reset. It's a great time to knock out achievements or just explode things in the name of credits. On the 20th, the Swoop Bike Rally returns on Onderon, Dantooine, and Tatooine, so dust off your helmets and try not to get launched off a cliff again. In ESO, they are having a 2026 global reveal live stream tomorrow on Twitch at 12 p.m. Pacific, so watch on Twitch to receive, I'm not sure if it's a total of 5 or if they're doing like 3 for a certain amount of time and then an additional 5 more. I'm banking on the former. But they'll go over the 2026 content roadmap, and so prepare for either hype or inevitable internet salt. Also kicking off tomorrow is the Golden Pursuit for January, runs through February 4th. The rewards this... Oh my god, cat. The rewards for this month are Gold Allmaker Crown Crates and the Anniversary Fellowship Bear Mount. Different details for that are in the ESO channel. On the 21st, they're having the Writhing Wall Phase 3 Do-Over event. It'll run for a week, so January 21st through 28th. So if you missed it the first time, here's your chance to finish it right. Eastern Solstice this will still require the Content Pass purchase to do that content. White Strix Mayhem is also on the 21st and run through the 4th. It's a Cyrodiil PvP event, so bring your siege gear and your pain tolerance. Update 49 will be on the PTS. I didn't catch the date for that, but I'm assuming it's within the next week or so. Test things, break things, and tell ZeniMax about all the things you broke. As usual. In Final Fantasy XIV, it's kind of a light week. Heaven's Turn ends January 15th. I don't know why it says 11th, but January 15th. Complete the festive quest in Livensa to get a new minion and a decorative housing item. Remember, if you claim it, it's festive. Service status is the usual. God, did you break in? Hyperion is open and Cactuar is congested as usual. In Once Human, they have Twitch drops available until January 20th. It's a total of 6-hour watch time. Up for grabs this time is the gingerbread backpack charm, 2 New Year's cosmetic select bags, and a gingerbread weapon sticker. In Dune Awakening, there are Twitch drops until the 14th, total of 3 hours. This time they've added observer roofs, railings, and animated door. And then you also get anything you missed from the chapter 2 drops previously. And then I know a lot of people have been playing Arc Raiders. They have a drop going on right now. It ends on the 12th. If you watch 2 hours, you get the eye band and the vintage mic cosmetic. And then you get the Raider icon badge by gifting a sub or starting a recurring one in any Arc Raider Twitch channel. And that's it for me. I have to go feed this cat before she busts down my door.
Certainly. All right. I guess we've kind of moved stuff around, so I'm just throwing this in under the new recruit category chat, so you can follow along if you want. Not much to report in terms of news. Just a couple, one game, Blood of the Dawnwalker. I've been kind of paying attention to that a little bit. I threw up an article for a little update. Ashes Creation Front, there's a gold exploit that kind of trashed the economy a little bit, but they fixed it and patched it, and Intrepid says they will fix it. In other words, situation normal. This thing is an alpha. This sort of stuff is going to happen quite often. I played a little bit over Christmas, really enjoyed myself. I'm going to give Rogue a try next. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of fun. And I still haven't, because Rogue and Summoner are the only ones I haven't really leveled up yet, so I'm going to give those a try. But Ark pretty much stated everything on Ashes right now. It's agreeing with Great Bones. Maybe he and I can get together and do a podcast about it sometime. I'd be up for it. The only, but you got to think at least 28 guys, maybe, and if we're being realistic, probably 29. So that's 2 to 3 years out, and we still got to find stuff to do until then. And that's even if Ruin chooses to do a full launch into that game. So there's a lot of if comes there. Also threw up so that's about it on the game front. I will do some just gaming highlights here at the end of my report, but I just kind of want to get into my inside baseball section here a little bit. First up is Former ZeniMax Online Studios lead admits Project Blackbird's cancellation by Microsoft led to his resignation. So if you kind of want to get a little inside baseball on that, go for it. Also threw up a couple of videos, one from Legacy Killa and one from Legendary Drops. Legendary Drops is about Arc Raiders, which I guess many of you are playing right now. And it just talks about how this $40 game is crushing all of the AAA huge publishers, CODs, Battlefields, $70 games, because they just put out a great game that's fun and affordable and on all platforms. And how he puts it is just what I really love about Legendary is that he backs up his stuff with facts and statistics. And this game launched at like 450,000 and concurrent players or total players, whatever it is. And it has maintained that 6-7 months later. Or when did it come out? October? 4 months later. So, but at 90%. Every other game, every COD, every Battlefield, even Helldivers, which is a game I really enjoy, they're all at 50% of what their launch rate was. So he really does a nice breakdown of what's going on, why this is happening, how, if the big boys want to kind of get back in and start getting players again, they got to get rid of the monetization, the microtransactions, and all the bullshit. So he's kind of on a crusade right now, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm happily get my torch and pitchfork and march with him. Legacy Killer is put out. I haven't watched it yet. I just saw this, but I really enjoy him as well, so I threw it out there. And talking about EA and basically all the shutdowns they're going to be doing, including Anthem, which is a game I frickin' played the shit out of, and I would have, if they had supported the game and gone all the way with it and done a turnaround like in Final Fantasy 14 or Destiny or something, I would still be living in there. That's how much I enjoyed that game. But it's just things are changing at EA big time. If you guys hadn't heard, the Saudi Kingdom's wealth fund bought EA. It's now a private. EA has gone from a publicly traded to it's now a private company, so they can pretty much do whatever they want now. They don't have to answer to stockholders, which or any of that, which could be good or could be bad. It could be a Steam, it could be a frickin' Ubisoft or whatever. We don't know. From the first round of speculation on this, what everyone is expecting to see is a lot of money and time being put into all their sports games, their FIFA and everything else, because the kingdom, the Middle East, they love sports, they love football, they love MMA, they love all of that stuff. So in terms of stuff like shooters and Titanfall and all that sort of stuff, who knows? They're expecting not much to be happening on that front. I know BioWare Edmonton or whatever is being shut down, but I didn't find an article about that, so I might have more on that next week. Free games. Oh yes, everyone, if you get onto your Epic account, your Epic Game Store account, and get your 2 free games this week. You have until Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Total War 3 Kingdoms is a Total War game with a couple of X packs or DLCs. I'm sorry. It's like $60 retail. And Wildgate. Wildgate is right now free on the Epic Store. That's a $30-$40 game. It's a PvPvE kind of extraction shooter, but it's basically in space, and you take your ship and you board other ships. And it's been doing very well. It's kind of a sleeper a little bit, but there are 2 free games that are probably worth almost $100 that you can get right now on Ubisoft. It's kind of their welcome back to the New Year special. I suggest everyone go on and grab them, even if you never play them. For a couple of clicks, you can put them in your library and Who knows? You might get around to them one day. And then just on console, some general gaming. High Guard. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that game, was supposed to be another hero shooter. That that was like the big announcement at the Game Awards last year and last month, and it got just backlash. People do not want another dumb hero shooter. They're calling this thing Concord 2.0. And basically, with all the backlash that happened, we haven't heard a thing from them in three. It's supposed to be launching in 3 weeks. Battlefield 6 is not doing well. There's been a lot of backlash about AI stuff, AI generated things, and not being honest with players. Oh gosh, Steam generated 1.6 billion in gross revenue in December 2025, its highest grossing month ever. So, and I don't have a problem with that because Steam has done a relatively good job at protecting players and stopping us from being exploited and making demands of the industry that goes against what they want, that protects players. So, for right now, Steam has my support. And there's some other interesting stuff, but I'll save that for next week. We don't get to do it all the time. And there really is not any games coming out for a while. We have a bunch of just stuff I've never heard of. What the heck is Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon?
What's up?
I don't know. It's just looks like a lot of gacha games are coming out. Unless somebody else has heard something that I haven't. We have World of Warcraft, though, Midnight, of course, coming out, pre-patch coming out in 2 weeks. Oh, I also threw up a article from Wowhead. Basically, there's a tool if you really want to get into housing. It's an add-on you can throw in that will basically be an architect for you for your housing. I don't know if I'm not sure if it's an add-on or an app. It might be an app, but anyways, it lets you basically play with things and figure out exactly from your what you want to how you can basically be offline, I guess. Like I said, I don't know much about it. I just saw the article and threw it up, but hopefully it's something you can get offline and you can just tool around with, and it makes it much easier to figure out exactly how you want to design your house if you're really into that sort of stuff. And that's my report, Ark.
It works good. I tried it. Very fast.
Pleased to meet you.
Actually, there's two quick things I want to bring up. I actually did find a game. Uh, we all know Midnight comes out March 2nd, but February 27th, Resident Evil Requiem's coming out with a new lead character, and I've been seeing people that have kind of played a beta of it, and they're not unhappy, which is about the best sort of thing you can get in how games are today. And the other thing is that season 11 is well under the way with Diablo 4. I'm having a blast in it. It's an ARPG. If that's not your jam, I get it. But if you have the game,
It is so fun.
yeah, it's a lot of fun to play. Last time I was on here, I said to play Paladin, you can do it for free, but no, you have to buy the Lord of Hatred, which comes out in April, which is the new expansion if you want to play it early. But you don't. If you don't want to play Paladin, if you don't care about playing Paladin, all the other characters, I've already rolled. I normally roll one, maybe two characters per season if I'm lucky. I'm on my fourth one right now. That's how much fun I'm having in this game. So
I've just done the Paladin, and I found a Captain America build. All
you
shields
doing
all the time.
all shields all the time? Yeah, I'm doing wings. So I just jump around and kill everything. So I have fun doing that.
You would shield add wings.
Well, I do the wings one where you just land and then you electrocute everything around you. Then you jump to the next group and you just kill them. I'm lazy one button playing.
It's awesome how many different ways you can play the Paladin, and it works.
Oh yeah. I even thought of giving that shield build a try just because I see a guy come rolling in it, and I'm like, ooh, that's fun. And it's probably Audrey just to come over and top me. So
True, it's really good too. I don't know what they did to it, but it's tanky, it's strong.
yeah,
At low
Come
level.
Ark, join the light side. Wow, I never thought I'd say that.
Me
yeah.
either.
I thought you were Sith all the way.
She's been
The
redeemed.
turns is precious.
Now Sylvanas may have her chance too if Audie can come to the light. She gets redemption now.
Yes, my favorite to this date is still Sith Warrior Light Side.
Asking us what his least favorite one is.
I'm still angry at Laryl. The operative quest line, the quest story was co-written by two writers, and one of them was our Laryl, who's in Ruin. And when I found out, I gave him shit because I was so mad at one of the twists that happens in that quest line. They did a really good job on the players.
Oh, and if you ever played Cult of the Lamb, they have a DLC coming out on the 20. Let me look again. 22nd. It's the Woolhaven DLC.
Oh, and I think Burning Crusade Classic is coming out this next week, maybe? Yeah, I think I might play.
Classic Anniversary.
Yeah, it has. It'll have some features that make it a little bit more playable, like the classic, the anniversary. It had like group finder and things that the original Denver had. But it still played felt like classic, but you didn't have to sit and drink every time you killed something, and yeah, it was nice. No story. You can't buy gold. Can't buy any of that crap.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
I think Dune has an update this month too, maybe. Not sure. Supposed to be a free update too.
Soon, TM.
Her place is here, and her duty is to the dead, not the living. Of course, that is very true in an immediate sense. She's got to help clean up the big mess that she played a role in. But also, it does make sense with some of her and the Forsaken, with her realizing that her duty is in fact to the dead, and that includes people who are in the Maw, but maybe are not from her own faction on Azeroth. She then says, "You say Quel'Thalas needs a Windrunner, so go be a Windrunner." And then she walks out. But before we leave, Sylvanas pulls us aside, privately.
Thank you for tempering my nephew's exuberance. He's skilled, but tends to rush into danger. It runs in the family. Arator is correct about one thing. I am a Windrunner. And I have not forgotten where I came from. But as I told him, now is not the time for me to return to the world of the living. You have noticed, have you not? The Maw, the Shadowlands, all of it. The question that has plagued me since the jailer's demise. I know the truth of death better than most. This It is too convenient. Too ordered. I have made many foes on the path that brought me here. Most of them once called me an ally. I do not regret the choices I've made. Nor do I bear ill will toward those who met me with their fangs bared. But know this. I cannot stop now. I must not stop now. Or all I have done will have been for naught. Return to Azeroth. Fight the battles ahead of you. One day our paths will cross again.
For me, this is where it really lands. She thanks us for tempering Arator's exuberance, noting it runs in the family. She certainly is self-aware, and it does. In a way, Verisa is the odd one out because she doesn't get involved in so many high-stakes shenanigans. But where she goes next is almost more interesting. It may even point to when she finally will return to the game in a proper sense, which of course won't really be during the Midnight expansion, or at least won't be about Xal'atath. She says she's noticed the state of the Maw since the Jailer's demise. And this is hugely important because for a lot of the time where she would have been involved with the Maw, well, yes, she was working with the Jailer and obviously was not seeing things straight. So she says this: I know the truth of death better than most. This, it is too convenient, too ordered. Something is wrong with the afterlife. And that something is what Sylvanas has decided to investigate. And remember, she says the words ordered. Obviously, those make us think of the Titans. Obviously, whenever we first went to the Shadowlands, what did we see? A bunch of architecture that kind of looked Titanic. And what is the final expansion of this saga? The Last Titan. Have to imagine that's when we'll see more Sylvanas, but I'll save the full breakdown of that for a video in the new year. For now, we clearly see a Sylvanas that isn't the war chief who burned Teldrassil, and isn't the ranger general who died defending Quel'Thalas. She's the new person who has went through all of those things and looked at the weight of her choices, has seemingly accepted them, and decided that the only path forward is through. Not a redemption or an absolution, but just doing the actual work, which I like. You know, Blizzard really could have fumbled this, and in many cases, I think they have kind of fumbled storylines, fumbled around some of their themes. But I actually think that they've done a good job here. They let Sylvanas be exactly who she's always been, but in new ways. She still is proud, driven, she refuses to bend, but the difference is what she's driving toward. And that's because she is older, she's got more experience, she is wiser, she's kind of began dealing with her shit. Then there's the little thing of behind the rocks, because if you look behind the rocks, I believe if you're a Horde loyalist, you may just see Nathanos. Yes, Nathanos there, listening to every word. Make of that what you will. Some think he's supposed to have a ghostly shader, which I'd say would make sense given he should be fairly dead. But who knows, maybe he's just there keeping tabs, maybe Sylvanas doesn't know. I'm sure we'll find out whenever she comes back. But speaking of coming back, it is now time for us to return to Tazavesh. And when we do, it's time for a discussion.
You spoke to her?
And she refused, just as you said she would.
Of course she did. Sylvanas is...
She's a bit like you, to be honest.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I didn't mean... I know that for a long time you feared that you would become like her. Led astray by a dark force that eclipsed you.
It was $8,000, whatever the size.
But Mother, what I saw in her today, she's a windrunner, the same as you. Driven by a sense of sacrifice.
Yeah, we're just doing some warehouse stuff over in Nyx.
For the sake of those you wish to protect, and refusing to follow anyone's path but your own. I think you're more alike than you realize.
You always see the best in people, Arator. Verisa truly was the one to raise you. I will have to thank her for that.
I'll pass it along to her for you.
Take care, my precious Arator. Guard Silvermoon well, as a windrunner.
Honestly, I love this conversation. Illyria asks if Sylvanas refused. Of course she refused. Arator goes to say that Sylvanas is a bit like you, to be honest. He says it, then he immediately apologizes, but everyone in the room knows he's right. Illyria doesn't take offense. She sees it as well. Driven by sacrifice, refusing to follow anyone's path but her own. And that is where I think we can apply a layer of analysis, because it is that nature that made Sylvanas so powerful, but also able to fall to the likes of a jailer, right? Obviously, Illyria shares many of these traits, and I think as we're going to see, the way that she will just plow on forward relentlessly may just get her and us into a little bit of trouble. Illyria notes she'll really have to thank her sister for raising Arator. Arator says he'll pass it along, and with this line, we decide to go home.
In service. Please.
Oh, you will serve me. I went to a lot of trouble imbuing this bauble with untold power. Now yours shall be added. For 100,000 years, I have planned for this moment. Let the way be opened to my prize.
There's a lot to unpack here, but I'll do it quickly. Take the line, "Let the way be open to my prize." That may sound oddly familiar to you. And if so, well, good. It should. That's because back in patch 8.1, Xal'atath called us the Opener of the Way. We have been her tool from the start, and this is just more of her having a bit of a gloat about it. Now, the Ethereal offers himself to her. I think he wants to help her out, be useful. Xal'atath obliges, but not in the way he expects. He consumes him into the Darkheart. She says, "I went to a lot of trouble imbuing this bauble with untold power. Now yours shall be added." Now this is where I've seen some criticism or confusion, right? Two expansions have built up. The essence of Galakron, the arcane energies of Dalaran, the Black Blood, Dimensius, Locust Walker, all of these things feeding up the heart. And you seriously just needed some random ethereal to get slurped in to finish the job? No, I don't think it's that, actually. It's her being dramatic and at her most unhinged. And that final frame of her face just makes it clear. So yeah, she consumed that ethereal because she could, and because it amused her. Cruelty is part of the point. Remember those lines she said to Illyria that I replayed for you at the start of this video about pressuring her family? That's the Xal'atath, as a villain, not just some character that we all like to see in Twitter, that actually will matter for this story. Now, Illyria tries to intervene, but obviously she can't. We see that the void in her head is screaming so loud she is functionally paralyzed. All she can do is watch. But with all that, she raises her hand, the dark heart empties, and the sky tears open. Now, I've also seen people look at this and think, hang on, 2 expansions of slurping up all the power in the universe just for a portal. Well, remember, number one, this isn't just a portal. This is a kind of direct gateway to Voidstorm. Voidstorm being a planet, possibly her homeworld, that is going to serve as her staging point against Azeroth. It's also the 4th and final zone of the Midnight expansion. And of course, it's more than just that. All of that void energy is going to be dumped onto Azeroth. And that means that as of now, Illyria's fate is unknown. She is stranded on the other side of a portal, alone with the void screaming in her skull. So the Midnight expansion begins with her family not knowing where she is or what's happened to her. And if you understand just how dire all of this is for her as a being, then I think you'll understand a lot of Midnight way more. We've already seen it be established how she is basically so through with Xal'atath, so done with all this shit, that she is totally willing to just give in and fight fire with fire if it will be enough to allow her to protect the people who she loves. That's always the kind of pressure point that the Void will use against people. As an example, it's not too dissimilar to how the Void got at Neltharion, aka Deathwing, because for him it got to the stage where he just needed more power to solve his problem, and the Void was only happy enough to offer it. Of course, in the process, he gave himself up, and that is what Illyria risks doing. And it's quite the risk, since she's now trapped on a Void planet, completely alone, maybe with Xal'atath whispering in her ear. And if Zal ever wanted leverage over her, well, she's got it. Silvermoon in flames, the light consuming its defenders. We still don't know everything that we saw, and obviously we are about to find out. But, back in Dornegal, Varys is waiting. We return. We don't know any of that stuff has happened, neither does Arator, so we just have a chat.
You've seen them both then. I'm sorry you couldn't sway them.
I may never fully understand why my mother or Sylvanas choose to walk alone. I can't respect their decisions. I can't imagine what each of them has gone through. My own life has been tranquil by comparison.
As was Illyria's wish, that you enjoy the halcyon youth that we never could.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Wanted to
System.
thank you for that.
Yes, well, perhaps one day she'll thank me in person. Now come, Arator. Kel'Thalas awaits.
And with that, the warning ends similar to how it
Your
began,
vehicle
with the
please
family
visit
that
us.
Xal'atath plans to weaponize against itself and against the entire world. That is the story going into the next expansion. Perfect follow-up to this video, though, if you just want to see what is Xal'atath's story, right? To get all the fragments that have been strewn across for ages in one big video, what's this one next? It's an absolute banger, and if this has got you excited for the expansion, I think it will do as well.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has please visit us again. Sponsored by Squarespace. Last time in World of Warcraft, we sucked the Blue Man into the Dark Heart, had Zal pull a truly shocking switcheroo on us, and found out that Locust Walker's raps are not flame retardant. We also heard this.
When next we meet, I will take everything you love.
Not only has Xal'atath added the strongest Void God to her little collection of essence, she's also made it abundantly clear she will be pressuring Illyria, so it's hardly a coincidence. Patch 11.27, the warning
begins with Illyria's sister Verisa and her son Arator. Now, Verisa has been getting visions, basically her own private teaser trailer for Midnight. And by the end of all of this, we will see how Blizzard have placed their pieces on the board for Midnight. And you can place your pieces on a digital board with today's sponsor. Squarespace is an easy-to-use site builder and award-winning templates, but they have developed so much as a platform lately. Design Intelligence is their mix of tools that help you access their 20 years of design experience easily. It starts with Blueprint AI, and that starts with a few questions. Once you answer those, you'll use their interactive design system to build your own template, just so that you like it, but with them keeping you right with designer-picked fonts and color palettes, all matched to your aesthetic. And then from there, you can iterate on your copy and your content. It's all seamlessly integrated. And if you've just been overwhelmed in the past, or you just want to start quickly with all of your bases covered, this set of features is literally made for you. And the whole platform is always growing as well. You've got native video support, so you can have a boards player, video gallery layouts, they're all interoperable with your e-commerce tools. It's really awesome. My site, Squarespace, was my first protocol because they make it easy. So, to get started today, go to squarespace.com/BatmanGaming, check out Design Intelligence, and then you'll be ready to sign your site live. Use code BatmanGaming for 10% on your first purchase on the site or domain. Those visions have launched into Castle Bar. That is when to the pitch. Though, they arrive, his first turn to the sentimental. After all, around the ruins of Dalaran. Believe me, the sentimental does actually matter here. You see, while Arator is Illyria's son, Illyria and his father Terrarium disappeared for a long time. Years before Warcraft even started. That meant that while Verisa and her husband were aunt and uncle to Arator, realistically, they were his parents. Raised him. This is all taking place in the ruins of Dalaran, is where Verisa and her husband used to live. And of course, her husband is in fact the leader of Dalaran's Council of Six. Was. Naturally, the trio go to pay their respects. Once that happens, the touch those visions. This is hardly a surprise. Met Xalatath back in Legion. She was Lieutenant's essence, only for us to march in and prove far more powerful, and of course a more useful mark for her. She, of course, did get to slurp up her essence, something she does enjoy doing. I suppose it's endearing that all these years later, the Twilights are still loyal. They are, of course. They go down easily. With that done, it's time for the group to huddle and chat about what they will see.
My visions are still difficult to watch, but it's clear that they are warning. Xalatath intends to lay siege to Azeroth.
We must tell my mother. No one has more.
Got time for a cool down.
I'm ready. That is precisely why she will not return. Illyria prefers to chase her quarry to the ends of existence.
And if Silver Moon comes under attack?
Then she would have even more reason to stay away. Her link to the void makes her a danger.
What about
Though few agree with me, I believe Illyria will do everything in her power to defend our home. But she has been condemned to the mob.
I can't just stand idle and wait for Xalatath to strike. I have to at least speak with my mother.
I know, Arator.
as soon as I can.
That may be sooner than you like, but I do hope you succeed.
Is there something in Arator's mind? We need the Windrunners back, and not just Theresa. So, it's off to Tazavesh with Arator, and while we and him hunt down Illyria, how about we go and decode Theresa's vision? So first in it, we see the people that she loves falling to the void. We see Silvermoon in chaos, the Cinderai torn apart by void monstrosities, screams, horror, standard apocalypse fare, but it is her personal apocalypse as well. It's her home, it's where she came from, it's her people, it's connected to her family. Then it all is okay, because the light arrives. Her brother-in-law, Terralion, Lothraxian, Liadrin. You'd think this is the cavalry coming, and the big cinematic trailer for Midnight, it is the cavalry coming. But it's also a bit more than that, because the vision shifts, and suddenly the characters who were radiant in light appear engulfed, consumed by light. This is referencing light blindness, which is the fanaticism that can come whenever devotion curdles into something far more dangerous and potentially more dark. We've seen hints of it before, and the big question for you as a player going into the story is this an intrinsic property of the light being expressed through these people, or is it their character traits being fully revealed by the power of the light? I wonder which. Next in the vision, we see Umbric and Ramath at each other's throats. Void Elf fighting Blood Elf. Umbric wins, and as he does, he changes. Perhaps to win, he took on the power of the Void, which would be a little bit grim, but he metamorphoses into something that looks a bit like a Demon Hunter. And if you're wondering whether that's a tease for the new Void Elf Demon Hunter spec, well, yes, it is. But in an ideal world, we should be fighting in our side. Then, though, we got our final shot. Illyria, Lorthamar, Arator, the player, all falling into an endless pit of void as Theresa screams. So, no wonder she's shaken. And having seen all of that, she's effectively got a vision of what's about to happen. Perhaps a little bit like when a certain hobbit picked up a certain volunteer and got a glimpse of the enemy's plan. Now in that story, much of why Sauron is defeated is because he fundamentally cannot empathize with and understand the actions of a lot of our mortal characters. Of course, in this situation, with Xalatath, we'll really be asking ourselves the same. And that's because Xalatath plans to leverage love against our main cast of characters, to use that love to force them into doing stupid things. Emotions are strong. Xalatath appears to have a deep understanding of how both light and void operate. Because remember, Xalatath knows a lot about light as well. Back in Legion, when we carried her as a dagger, she did say to us that the Naru were long-lost brethren. Now, I can't count on Theresa knowing all the lore explanation stuff that I just said, but with what she did see, yeah, no wonder she is shaken. But enough of that for now, because we finally found Illyria.
Is this true? Theresa had a vision of Azeroth being attacked?
Yes. The vision wasn't quite clear, but she said some of the buildings resembled Silvermoon. If Quel'Thalas is in danger, it is our family's responsibility to defend it.
Arator, I'm exiled from Silvermoon. My mere presence would place the Sunwell in danger. This is where I need to be. Hunting Xalatath's lieutenants. Tearing the from their activated.
Illyria doesn't want to return to her homeland. She's actually absolutely right. You see, here's what happened the last time she got too close to the Sunwell. It's not good. And it's huge leverage for Xalatath. You see, Illyria knows Xalatath will be out to kill her family. She knows her family will be defending Quel'Thalas, her son Arator, her husband Terralion. And she also knows she can't return to Quel'Thalas, because if she did, the void inside her will make the whole situation far worse. As much as that does make sense, return still is hard to grasp as mother will return.
What's so important here that you can't return to Azeroth? Even Umbric has recalled the Riftwalkers.
line, she thought Khadgar, a very old and close friend, was dead. She obviously felt guilty. Now sure, she'd have done more DPS if she gave in to the void, but I think we all know that won't work. I think that was from her perspective. That was on her mind. And then look what happened with Locust Walker. And now her son is here. That's a lot of emotional toil for her to go through right now, and that isn't even considering how she'll feel when she knows her home, along with her sister, her husband, and her son, will be under attack by Xalatath, who's literally said she's going to kill them, and that she can't be there, because if she goes too close to the Sunwell, it will all go wrong. So we're seeing an Illyria who is quite ready to give in, if it will protect those who she loves the most. Her son, husband, and sister absolutely count as that. That is exactly what Xalatath wants. However, there's more plot to happen. Arador still wants his mum's help, so he plays the ultimate card he has, Sylvanas.
If you won't help, I'll ask Sylvanas. Absolutely not. You'd risk your soul in the maw only to have her refuse. Verisa thinks she'd return to defend Silvermoon. Verisa! We saw the best in her, even when it was brutally clear what our sister had become.
Illyria's retort here is more right than most people know. Illyria wasn't actually here for this event. This was before she returned to the canon. It took place back before Sylvanas had taken just one black pill too many. She reconnected with Verisa, and it all went down at Garrosh's trial at the end of Mists of Pandaria. The two sisters concocted a plan to assassinate Garrosh. You have to remember that Sylvanas absolutely hates Garrosh, but also so did Verisa. Remember, it was Garrosh's attack in Theramore that killed her husband Ronan. And Verisa was so hurt, she even considered leaving her whole life behind, including her children with Ronan, to join Sylvanas in the Undercity, just to be together with her family, with her sister, and that connection to her past. Sylvanas had a similar idea, and you have to know that this is all grounded in a genuine love between the two sisters, the two people who really have lost everything and are struggling. It's just that Sylvanas is a little bit extra. I mean, why have a geopolitically challenging yet fruitful relationship with your sister when you could instead murder her with the poison you cooked up for Garrosh and then resurrect her so you could go beat the Forsaken with her together? Quite extreme, even though both of these moral failures do reveal real pain and real justification from both sisters. You get the sheer depth of Sylvanas' emptiness, and the lengths that she'll go to for meaning. You get Verisa's grief. So, yes, Verisa sure can see the best in Sylvanas, as that little anecdote shows us. And this will actually be relevant shortly, not only for Verisa, but also for Sylvanas, and that void of meaning. But let's get back to the story.
Welcome
a few sleeps later,
to the
find
ASOC
out
vehicle
where
retrieval
Amelia's
system.
target, this little Shadow Lord man, is going to be headed. So, for us, it's will have to be an animal protagonist. That's because Venari has a cage. Cage will need to capture the Shadow Lord, but, well, Venari does need a favor. Worry not, I'll skip the chores. Once those are done, it's time for us to capture the Shadow Lord. First, we just need to weaken him. Turns out someone already weakened him for me. How kind. And
Your
no
please
questions.
visit us again.
It's silly, but what matters here is the interrogation, because in that interrogation, we see Illyria's pressure pushed.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Whatever they call themselves, they can't hide from me.
Your insurance claim has been sent. You'll please visit us again.
Could Illyria have got
Goodbye.
more information from him? Yes, but she does get enough.
Welcome
Enough to lead her
to the
straight
ASOC
to
vehicle retrieval
Xalatath
system.
and to the beginning of the Midnight Expansion. You may not
Your
know it
vehicle
right
has
now,
been
but
delivered to the
shortly
following
after
location.
we leave and a few
Please
things
visit us
happen,
again.
all
Welcome
of this
to
leads
the ASOC
her
vehicle
finding
You
the
want you,
Celestial
Nor,
She will
you want us
follow
to
the
see if we can
ethereal
do that
through
for
the
you,
portal.
and I don't mind.
Will happen.
We can get the guns from even if we have to do obituary.
Your vehicle vehicle has been placed.
Oh, that's where they're from. You can't buy them. They seem like something.
No, there's a ship you can get, and I think I might get it that has the guns. If not, I think Charlie has them too, and I can just get it from him too. But we can get, if you get that, and then just keep pumping those icties out, it gives you really
Your
good rep.
insurance claim has been
Yeah,
set.
yeah. Okay.
Can you guys send me another party invite? Because on my, I think it's my alt account, I was out there doing the warehouse mission in Nix, and I don't know if it was broken or what happened, but I found like 9 or 10 of those server blade things. And,
no one's doing the blades because you can go through the warehouse, so they're just stacking.
Yeah, don't you need the blades to get into the warehouse?
No, that's the problem.
Said Ardor 1, leave your ult.
Who's that asking, by the way?
Stygian.
Yeah, no, you don't need it, dude. There was a video that came out that showed you how to get into the warehouse without the blades. That's why no one's collecting them anymore.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you go there, show me and I'll walk you through the process if you want. I'm not an Nix, I'm a standard, so I can't show you sadly.
Rod, he went
It's not just some little job role thing, it really mattered to their whole lineage. Obviously, though, she didn't do that. She left. She went to the Second War. And by the time
All right, I guess I'll just stay on my alt account then.
Do you have? Are you at one of the facilities right now?
No, I'm in Loreville.
Oh, okay, yeah. So one of these guys goes there, or next time you're on and I'm on, I'll go to Nix and show you how to do it. It's pretty straightforward.
I got Stygian Ardor without the 1. Do you want me to invite that your mate?
No, I was logging into my alternate to get those server blades if we were gonna go do the warehouse thing, but apparently you don't need them anymore.
You don't need them anymore. Nobody uses them.
Now you just lie down and hit the button. So you mean the main, the best warehouse where you get the good stuff.
And we're thinking that this is why they disabled the cargo elevators, because looting was too easy.
Yeah, I've got 13 of them. I found 13 of them in one place.
Somehow, a devouring host has followed us in. They follow us, they do what void creatures do.
You found 13 of them in one place.
Let that stand.
Yeah, because
14 of the passcode discs in one warehouse. Sorry, 15. 15 passcode discs. They're all just stacked, like in a perfect stack. And I'm like, well, shit, I don't know what's going on here, so I just took them all.
Baskets past dead void walkers. We see that someone has been busy. And that someone is Sylvanas Winter.
What are you doing here? When I last saw you, that sword would have been too heavy for you to lift.
It stayed that way for a time. Rothamar was a harsh taskmaster, but his training regimen paid off. Now I use that strength to protect our world. I've come to ask you to do the same.
I live in New Babbage now.
A man grown, but still a child. This is no place for such sentiments, Arator. But neither is it a place for the bold. Let's put Lordamar's vaunted training to the test.
Two huge things to point out here. Lerath was Sylvanas' younger brother. He was murdered by orcs during the Second War while she was away. That is obviously brutal. That's horrible. And the fact that she sees him in Arator, even for a moment, kind of tells you what this place has done to her, how she's thinking about things, and how her character has developed. And then there's that line about the sword. Remember the last time she
So, Mark, you said you just need the... What guns are those?
wielding a blade that she once watched him struggle to even lift. And that reinforces something. He's all grown up, but she wasn't there for any of it. Actually,
we're gonna do Van Duel.
like how it is with Illyria, who also was not there for the majority of his
Yeah, the next one.
This parallel will become relevant. Now, Sylvanas is characteristically Sylvanas about the whole thing. She calls it foolish that we came.
I don't know if you need people for that, unless you're doing the whole thing. Are you doing the whole thing, Mark?
So
it's up to whoever. I mean, we got through a lot of it, but we ran out of time. But it's
yeah, that would be fun.
actually
Yeah,
just
I got
doing something.
the airlock
We
keycard
say that
already,
she's
so you can just dive in.
methodical. We clear all the devouring host's forces. We scale the tower, take
But I
out
gotta
their
get there
commander.
first.
It's methodical, it's efficient. It
The money's not
purely
too
is
great. It's just
Sylvanas.
1 million.
Nobody
And so
needs
in
money,
every way,
dude.
because when it comes
Nobody
to the
needs money.
emotions, she is still not ready to open up. But equally, she
Actually, if you need money, let our chaos know. Yes,
as
tons.
narrator, it makes sense
I'm
to
still
just
1.5
list
mil,
them
so I'm
as
still.
goes. So we keep helping
You
her
still
out.
have how
She
many?
helps us to
Oh,
work
5
out
billion?
materials,
1.5.
Oh yeah, dude, you're fine then.
Yeah, yeah, you can always buy anything and just click, and it's right there.
Yeah, I've been
All my stuff
trying
anyway.
different setups on my ship, see how I like it. This is the time to experiment with the loadouts and whatnot.
Yeah, because part of it is collecting the military grade stuff and go to the next patch. And yeah, I got lots of ship builds.
Yep, that and it's the devs using the weaponized autism of gamers to figure out great builds.
Yep.
What did someone say? They weaponize incompetence or something?
No, weaponized autism
Weaponized autism.
that some gamers have to just, maximize their builds and pull out this, the same dudes that play frickin' EVE Online.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what else are we gonna do though? That's kind of what.
Copy that feedback. See how it helps them.
So if you come over, if you come across any 6 platoon medals, I think that's one of my last components I need.
It's purposeful. And Sylvanas is here doing penance, though she doesn't
Happy to
call
trade
it
for
penance.
whatever you might need.
And of the souls we
But
see,
those guns though,
plenty
I'll get those
will
guns for you.
kill Sylvanas
I'll
that
try to work on
herself
those tomorrow morning.
help. And that's kind
Oh,
of
okay,
interesting, because
Then we can
that
get
means
your
she's
80
not granting
finished.
them peace. All she's offering them is a way forward. Whether they take
I might
it
be
is
able to
their
help you.
choice, and if what they need is to continue
I'm
hating
able
her
to.
for a bit, well,
No, dude, it's alright. We'll do it in the evening. I won't get home till
we
late.
see that she's not asking for forgiveness.
But
and she's not really seeking
on my breaks or
redemption.
whatever, I'll just log in and see if I can
She's
find some
doing
of these.
the work, day in, day out, soul after soul.
That's great.
She can, and because
Oh,
she
you like that
should.
loop
We
anyway.
then
If
go
you're
on to
already
accompany
there,
her
then you
as
just
she
bang
tries
it
to
out,
count
right?
four souls.
Yeah, exactly.
Each one a sin that she carries. We come to a
When
horde
I think of
loyalist,
Pyro's,
still
I think, oh,
crying
okay,
for the
right
horde,
there.
but trapped in the mob.
No, but like say
Sylvanas
I'm farming
tells
car
him
5s, right?
the
I just park it at Ruin and I just run it when I can.
A traitor and attacks her.
It's a super
yeah.
short
Takes it.
excursion.
Let them quell their rage.
Oh, okay.
A soul
If I'm doing
says,
Hathor,
"You
you
have
know,
me
I'll park
executed.
close
You
to one of the
twisted
LPs.
Derek's mind." That's Derek Proudmore,
Yeah, I
James'
was
brother,
at
raised up
Seraphim.
into undeath by
Keep all your
Sylvanas,
loot
nearly
there, or you
weaponized
keep it
against
at
his own
Everest
family.
Harbor.
Pretty much
Depends
the
what planet
horrible
you're just
thing
going
one
out.
could do. Of course, this one would rather suffer for eternity
Sure.
than accept peace from Sylvanas. Sylvanas is wise enough not to go and argue with him. And then finally, a soul screaming about Teldrassil. Save the children. Sylvanas brings her fire. The soul calls out to Elune and then vanishes. Told him what he needed to hear, she says. Just like with the Horde Loyalist, though with a bit of a
yes.
different weight. We've gathered materials, we've calmed souls, and with all of that done, it is time for a ritual. A ritual called the Ceremony of the Sending.
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
Are we meeting somewhere? Are we taking separate ships or what?
Yeah, I was taking my Hurric there for whatever reason. Yeah, it's gonna. I could bring something smaller. Yeah, we're just gonna bring separate ships in. Maybe there's lots of space on the pad. We'll see. I could probably swap it out with something smaller.
Well, you guys can always call a hangar too, because there's hangars there.
Yeah, for sure. I could bring
Nothing bigger than a medium hangar, right? So.
yeah, that's right, because we could park outside anyway. And the elevator is busted, so I don't even bother parking inside.
With ritual done, Sylvanas has been helped, and with her
I'm gonna buy
help,
Starlight's
she now
attack.
seems willing to
I know, Ark. I'm heading off in a bit. My work schedule changed. I go in early now. But it'll only last for a month, and then February I'll be back to normal. How'd that Idris fight go last night? I saw the message, but I couldn't attend. Very nice. That sounds like a fun day.
Arator lays it all out. His aunt's visions are clear. Kel'Thalas is in danger. Silvermoon needs the Windrunner family, needs her. He's seen what she's able to do for the souls here, and because of that, he feels he could personally vouch for her. If, people did the obvious and say, why are you letting that utter maniac back into our society? Of course, Sylvanas isn't having any of it from him. She says, your fellow paladins may call you the Redeemer, but I do not seek redemption. She then lists the titles.
Gentlemen, have a great evening. We will see you guys next time.
Dark Lady, Banshee Queen, War Chief,
Alrighty.
and she says she set them all aside when she descended into the maw. The place is here, her duty is to the dead, not the living. Of course, that is very true in an immediate sense. She's got to help clean up the big mess that she played a role in. But also, it does make sense with some of her and the Forsaken, with her realizing that her duty is in fact to the dead, and that includes people who are in the maw, maybe are not from her own faction, Azeroth. She then says, you say Quel'Thalas needs a Windrunner, so go be a Windrunner. And then she walks out. But before we leave, Sylvanas pulls us aside, privately.
Thank you for tempering my nephew's exuberance. He's skilled, but tends to rush into danger. It runs in the family. Arator is correct about one thing. I am a Windrunner. And I have not forgotten where I came from. But as I told him, now is not the time for me to return to the world of the living. You have noticed, have you not? The Maw, the Shadowlands, all of it. The question that has plagued me since the jailer's demise. I know the truth of death better than most. This, it is too convenient, too ordered. I have made many foes on the path that brought me here. Most of them once called me an ally. I do not regret the choices I've made. Nor do I bear ill will toward those who met me with their fangs bared. But know this, I cannot stop now. I must not stop now. Or all I have done will have been for naught. Return to Azeroth, fight the battles ahead of you. One day our paths will cross again.
For me, this is where it really lands. She thanks us for tempering Arator's exuberance, noting it runs in the family. She certainly is self-aware, and it does. In a way, Verisa is the odd one out because she doesn't get involved in so many high-stakes shenanigans. But where she goes next is almost more interesting. It may even point to when she finally will return to the game in proper sense, which of course won't really be during the Midnight expansion, or at least it won't be about Xal'atath. She says she's noticed the state of the Maw since the jailer's demise. And this is hugely important because for a lot of the time where she would have been involved with the Maw, well, yeah, she was working with the jailer and obviously was not seeing things straight. So she says this, I know the truth of death better than most. This is too convenient, too ordered. Something is wrong with the afterlife. And that something is what Sylvanas has decided to investigate. And remember, she says the words ordered. Obviously, those make us think of the Titans. Obviously, when we first went to the Shadowlands, what did we see? A bunch of architecture that kind of looked Titanic. And what is the final expansion of this saga? The Last Titan. You have to imagine imagine that's when we'll see more Sylvanas. We'll save the full breakdown of that for a video in the new year. For now, we clearly see a Sylvanas that isn't the War Chief who burned Tel'Usul, and isn't the Ranger General who died defending.
Oh wow, holy
Plus,
smokes.
She's a new person who's went through all of those things and looked at the weight of her choices, seemingly accepted them, and decided that the only path forward is through. Not a redemption or an absolution.
I was AFK.
Just
I'm back.
doing the actual work. Which
Yeah,
I
I'm
like.
back too.
You know, Blizzard really could have fumbled this, and in many cases, they have
nearly
kind of
at Nyx
fumbled
Gateway.
stories, fumbled around some
Yeah,
of the
I'm
things.
in
But I
Nyx.
actually think that they've done a good job here. They let Sylvanas be exactly who she's always been, but in new ways. She still is proud, driven. She refuses to.
So,
bend. The difference
what are
is
we doing?
she's driving
What's our
toward.
action?
That's because she's older, she's got more experience, she is wiser, she's kind of
Sounds good.
dealing with her shit. And there's the little thing of behind the rocks, because if you look behind
Cool.
the rocks, I believe if you're a Horde loyalist, you may just see mythos.
Welcome
Yes,
to the ASOP
Mythanos there,
vehicle retrieval
listening
system.
to every word. Make of that what you will. Some think he's supposed to have a ghostly shader.
Your insurance
Still
claim
wouldn't
has
make
thank
sense
you.
given he should be fairly
Please
dead.
visit-
Yeah,
Who
I'm
knows, maybe he's just there keeping
Okay.
tabs, so maybe Sylvanas
Yeah, I'm
is-
Stanton Gateway in
Sure, we'll
Nyx.
find out when she comes back. But speaking of coming back, it's now time for us to return to Tazavesh. When we do, it's time for a discussion.
You spoke to her. And she refused, just as you said she would.
Of course she did. Sylvanas is...
She's a bit like you, to be honest.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I didn't mean... I know that for a long time you feared that you would become like her. Led astray by a dark force that eclipsed you, becoming less and less yourself. But Mother, what I saw in her today, she's a windrunner, the same as you. Driven by a sense of sacrifice and duty, enduring personal hardship for the sake of those you wish to protect, and refusing to follow anyone's path but your own. I think you're more alike than you realize.
What's the Lexi's in?
Always see the best in people, Eritol. Farisa truly was the one to raise you. I will have to thank her for that.
I'll pass it along to her for you.
Take care, my precious Eritol. God serve the moon well, as a windrunner.
Honestly, I love this conversation. Illyria asks if Sylvanas refused. Of course she refused. Arator goes to say that Sylvanas is a bit like you, to be honest. He says it, then he immediately apologizes, but everyone in the room knows he's right. Illyria doesn't take offense, she sees it as well. Driven by sacrifice, refusing to follow anyone's path but her own. And that is where I think we can apply a layer of analysis. Because it is that nature that made Sylvanas so powerful, and also able to fall to the likes of a Jane, right? Obviously, Illyria shares many of these traits. And I think, as we're going to see, the way that she will just plow on forward relentlessly may just get her and us into a little bit of trouble. Illyria notes she'll really have to thank her sister for raising Arator. Arator says, lasted long, and...
We meeting in Nyx or at the Nyx Gateway on the Stanton side?
Yeah, that could be the rally point.
Pretty much the next gateway. Does anyone need a ride? Well, Lexi was asking.
I mean, I can join. What ship are you bringing?
Bringing A2, but I think I need to swap it over for the Phoenix just to slim down the footprint there, I guess.
Yeah, I was
That's
just
fine,
gonna
too.
maybe bring like an 8 SU box, so we have something to bring loot into, whatever.
I'll just bring a Terrapin then with a 2 SU box.
Because I was gonna bring just my Star Lancer tack.
Yeah, it's a smart one.
Yeah, because it's got the med bed.
don't really matter. You can still EVA.
Oh, whatever works. But yeah, if we need gunners or the Polaris, I'm happy to help with that. Whatever we need. Cool.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicles
All of our landing areas are currently
stand
full.
by.
Please hold for assignment.
Let the way be open to my prize.
There's a lot to unpack here, but I'll do it quickly. Take the line, "Let the way be open to my prize." That may sound oddly familiar to you, and if so, well, good. It should. That's because back in patch 8.1, Xalatath called us the opener of the way. We have been her tool from the start, and this is just more of her having a bit of a gloat about it. Now, the Ethereal offers himself to her. I think he wants to help her
I
out.
thought there would be
Might
like
be
4
useful.
runs.
Xalatath obliges, but not in the way he expects. He consumes
All of our landing areas are currently full.
Yeah, the stations with that T at the bottom where you can have 4 saved. Whatever stations those are, like there's lots of them.
This is where I've seen
You can work as a T, like you can
right?
tons of
Two
space for people
expansions
to
of
dock.
the essence of Galakron, the arcane energies of Dalaran, the Black Blood, Dimensius, Locust Walker, all of these things feeding up the heart.
Is it the ship
Seriously
buying
just
terminals at
needed some random
what,
ethereal to get
Astroparta, the other one?
slurped in to finish the job?
Just
No, I
2
don't
of
think
them,
it's
so
that,
you're just
actually.
like
It's her being dramatic and at her most unhinged. And that final frame of her face just makes it clear.
Welcome
So yeah,
to the ASOP
she
vehicle
consumed that
retrieval
ethereal
system.
because she could, and because it amused her. Cruelty is part of the point. Remember those lines she said to Illyria that I replayed for you at the start of this video about pressuring her family? That's the Xalatath, as a villain, not just some character that we all like to see on Twitter, that actually will matter for the story. Now, Illyria tries to intervene, but obviously she can't. We see that the void in her head is screaming so loud she is functionally paralyzed. All she can do is watch. But with all that, she raises her hand, the dark heart empties, and the sky tears open. Now, I've also seen people look at this and think, hang on, 2 expansions of slurping up all the power in the universe
Where you
just
work
for
right
a
now?
portal. Remember, number one, this isn't just a portal. This is a kind of direct gateway to Voidstorm. Voidstorm being
gateway
a planet, possibly a dark world, that is going to serve as her staging point against Azeroth. It's also the 4th and final zone of the Midnight expansion. And of course, it's more than just that. All of that void energy is going to be dumped into Azeroth. And that means that as of now, Illyria's fate is unknown. She is stranded on the other side of a portal, alone with the void screaming in her skull. So the Midnight expansion begins with her family not knowing where she is or what's happened to her. And if you understand just how dire all of this is for her as a being, then I think you'll understand a lot of Midnight way more. We've already seen it be established how she is basically so through with Xalatath, so done with all this shit, that she is totally willing to just give in and fight fire with fire if it will be enough to allow her to protect the people who she loves. That's always the kind of pressure point that the Void will use against people. As an example, it's not too dissimilar to how the Void got at Neltharion, aka Deathwing. Because for him, it got to the stage where he just needed more power to solve his problem, and the Void was only happy enough to offer it. Of course, in the process, he gave himself up, and that is what Illyria risks doing. And it's quite the risk, since she's now trapped on a Void planet, completely alone, maybe with Xalatath whispering in her ear. And if Zal ever wanted leverage over her, hell, she's got it. Silver Moon in flames, the light consuming its defenders. We still don't know everything that we saw, and obviously, we are about to find out. But, back in Dornagal, Reese's waiting. We return. We don't know any of that stuff has happened, neither does Arator, so we just had a chat.
You've seen them both, then. I'm sorry you couldn't sway them.
I may never fully understand why my mother or Sylvanas choose to walk alone, but I can respect their decisions. I can't imagine what each of them has gone through. My own life has been tranquil by comparison.
As was Illyria's wish, that you enjoyed the halcyon youth that we never could.
A wish you granted 1,000 times over. She wanted to thank you for that.
Yes, well, perhaps one day she'll thank me in person. Now come, Arator. Tell the loss awaits.
And with that, the warning ends similar to how it began. with the family that Xalatath plans to weaponize against itself and against the entire world. That is the story going into the next expansion. A perfect follow-up to this video, though, if you just want to see what is Xalatath's story, right? To get all the fragments that have been strewn across for ages in one big video, and what's this one next? It's an absolute banger, and if this has got you excited for the expansion, I think it will too as well. Sponsored by Squarespace. Remember the good old days where the Alliance was all about getting together with the bros to reclaim Jerusalem on behalf of the Pope? Wrong video game, but more seriously, what happened to how the Alliance felt? What happened to grabbing your sword and killing the Horde? What happened to my haircut? I had a transplant. This bit's the donor site. It'll be back to normal soon. And going back to the video, what happened to honor, nobility, and the ferocity of the Alliance Lion? You know, these days we no longer stand as one, but as many, and that's led me to the core question of today's video. What's the point of the Alliance anymore? What is it? I mean, sure, we still love our factions, but what does the Alliance actually do? Because when you get down to it, it kind of feels like the Alliance just died off screen and no one really noticed. And we've done a few videos about the Horde, maybe getting a few rough storylines rolling into midnight, all the stuff with the Sons of Lothar. But the core of their faction does actually remain intact. They still are a group of misfits banded together against a dangerous world. The Alliance stands for being the good guys? They don't seem to have a purpose or a mission. No real reason for the unity that they're supposed to represent in the modern Warcraft setting. And what brought that into stark contrast was actually Blizzard's new novel. It's called Blood Ties, and in it, we discover that Anduin Wryn's back. Yeah, he returned to Stormwind, but he's not quite ready to be king, and that's left Stormwind once again tossing a crown between Turalian and Gen.
So
and with that, leadership of the Alliance is...
I think it was it Leftfoot talking about doing a build-out for the Hammerheads? Has that worked out for him?
Today's sponsor, you'll finally have the website that you've been meaning to build. Squarespace as an easy-to-use site builder and award-winning templates, but they have developed so much as a platform lately. Design Intelligence is their mix of tools that help you access their 20 years of design experience easily. It starts with Blueprint AI, and that starts with a few questions. Once you answer those, you'll use their interactive design system to build your own template, just the way that you like it, but with them keeping you right, with designer-picked fonts and color palettes, all matched to your aesthetic, and then from there, you can iterate in your copy and your content. It's all seamlessly integrated, and if you've just been overwhelmed in the past, or you just want to start quickly with all of your bases covered, this set of features is literally made for you. And their core platform is always growing as well. They've got native video support, so you can have a gorgeous player, you can have video gallery layouts that are all interoperable with their e-commerce tools. It's real impressive. And when I needed sites, Squarespace was my first port of call because they make it easy. So to get started today, go to squarespace.com/BellularGaming, check out Design Intelligence, and when you're ready to send your site live, use code BellularGaming for 10% off your first purchase at Cider Domain. Quick recap. So, Anduin led the Alliance to victory in the Fourth War, then he was kidnapped by the jailer, subjected to torture, and made to do terrible things. His body would go and do the terrible things. He was basically stuck inside his own brain as an observer to those things, and, you know, secret is he did actually say he felt a bit of a rush of power whenever he was doing evil Death Knight things. Yeah, fair enough. Being evil Death Knight would be kind of fun. Anyway, he then returned to Azeroth, and just pissed off for a bit. He vanished into the wilds, and that left Turalian as the regent of Stormwind. More important, now in the recently released Blood Ties novel, Turalian, Illyria, and Arator travel to the Broken Isle, where they find a fresh demon infestation at Fellsoul Holt. And on the way, Turalian catches us up with Stormwind politics. Let's do politics. We learned that Gen Greymane was willing to mine Stormwind whilst Turalian went on his family adventure, and it seems the two may have been sharing the weight of that crown. And going into midnight, Turanian's arc, we know, will pull him away from Stormwind and away from leadership of the Alliance. But he won't mind. He didn't actually like the position, he found it stressful, he rubbed people the wrong way, including Matthias Shaw and Gen Greymane, if, of course, we remember their initial reaction to his promotion. They were not best pleased. So, that's one thing established. Gan is currently holding down the fort. But then Turanian casually drops that Anduin is in fact back, but he's not taken up his official title. Turanian respects Anduin taking some time to heal, but of course with his attention now firmly on the sun, well, Anduin may actually have to, step up and do the whole king thing, or actually make the call to just leave Gen as the guy holding the whole kingdom together. But not just the Kingdom of Stormwind, because I guess Gen's also High King of the Alliance. Well, Turanian is, but, if he's off on a family adventure, who is? Gen, I guess. It's a bit weird, and there's a couple of things to unpack here. First, Anduin not taking back his title isn't abdication. It's simply him waiting, and if he is going to take the crown, then that will be something we'll see in-game, not a casual conversation in a book. So I don't actually mark that bit as a bad thing. This is basically just the first reference to his return, so it's probably setting up him picking up the crown again. But second, and perhaps more importantly, Stormwind didn't have a king nearly as long as it actually had a king. That's not what's killing the Alliance, though. It's not just about Stormwind. And maybe if you're an Alliance player whose main doesn't reside in Stormwind, you may be thinking, what about the rest of us? And that brings me to the real issue. It's the position above King of Stormwind, the position of High King of the Alliance, that is the real one that matters. It's a role meant to be like the Horde's war chief, but forged by Stormwind's greatest king, Varian Wrynn. And man, things sure do feel different now that he's been dead for as long as he's been dead. To get us to this whole High King place, you first need to know the spark notes of Varian. So, Varian was kidnapped by Katrina Prester, better known as Onyxia, in the year 25 ADP. When that happened, the kingdom was left to Bolvar. Yes, Mr. Crispy from the Shadowlands. Now, Varian then returned a year later, but he returned as the gladiator Logosh, and he reclaimed his crown. There's a whole story there that we don't need to recap now. It's pretty weird, there's actually two Varians. But anyway, just in time for Wrath of the Lich King, all that is resolved. Varian is back. For us players at the time, it was huge. Stormwind finally had a king, and a bitch in New Harbor. It was all exciting, and it's also just about when the first major faction war of World of Warcraft kicked off. And that's with the Battle of Undercity. It was pretty damn cool. Though not the point of this video. Cut to year 30, and we're going to Pandaria. But in the years between, Varian has actually forged the Alliance into something new. He's forged them into a unified army, and he's created a new position, High King. And this High King would be the commander of all Alliance forces. Of course, 2 years later, the Legion returns, and as High King, Varian leads the Alliance until he takes Felguard spears to the chest and gets disenchanted, upon which time Anduin becomes High King of the Alliance. And you know how the rest happens. He grinds out a victory in the Fourth War, and then he gets kidnapped by the jailer.
Yeah, I'll just join
At which point, we're back to Stormwind having a regent, not an actual king. That is the case in Stormwind as of the year 35 ADP. Dragonflight's time skip, though, took us to the year 40, and the War Within is set in the year 42. That means that, well, they had 9 years with a king, and 8 years without a king. But that's not what matters most to this arc. What matters is that Varian Wrynn forged the position of High King. And it made sense for him. He had the exact qualities to make it work. Fierce, loyal, incredible leader, and incredible warrior. Anduin had huge shoes to fill, not just as King of Stormwind, but as the ultimate authority of the Alliance. Every victory, every defeat, every death was on his shoulders. That was a core narrative in Battle for Azeroth. Then the title passed to Turalian, who people were suspicious of, and now are suspicious of again. But Turalian wasn't the old hell fella hanging out in Stormwind. There was also Gen Greymane, who really is quite an old dude. I mean, he was already an old dude during the Second War, which was nearly 4 decades ago. So I guess being a furry's really, really good for your lifespan. Is he the High King? Is there a High King? Would Gen have the authority to call the Vindicators, the Sentinels, the Griffin Riders, and the Steam Tanks on some offensive? No, probably not. It certainly doesn't seem that way. I mean, the Alliance barely scrounged together a small expeditionary force to Khazal-Gar because they were too busy running policing actions in the Arathi Highlands. So it seems that without a High King, and without a proper King Stormwind as well, the Alliance really is scattered, a bit meaningless. And going forward, it's not exactly looking great. The Alliance truly is a shambles. Let's do a health check in the Modern Alliance, starting with the Night Elves. Because for a good chunk of the Fourth War, the Night Elves basically weren't in the Alliance. I mean, they were politically, but under the advice of Matthias Shaw and backed by Anduin, Tyrande garrisoned her Sentinel army in Feralus. But you see, they did that based on bogus information that was planted by Horde spies, and all of this fake news led to the surprise special operation up to Ashenvale that eventually led to the burning of Teldrassil. At that point, Tyrande basically noped out of the Alliance. She became the Night Warrior, and basically she dedicated everything to just killing Sylvanas. But the thing to understand is just how many Night Elves died in the Fourth War, the likes of Teldrassil. They were beaten back, and when they re-emerged into the story, not that long after Shadowlands, they veered their whole story into renewing their connection to the World Trees through Emirdrassil. And when that was done, Tyrande and Malfurion decided to retire, wrapping up the modern Night Elf story. There we go, it's done. It's not really done. Where it leaves them is vaguely this. Chandra showed up to a meeting after Dalaran was destroyed, promising sentinels who wound up under Tyralian's command on Khazal-Gar. In Midnight, she will play a role in renewing the Sunwell, in some way, shape, or form. So the Night Elves are there, and technically, Blizzard did say in this expansion the Elven tribes would be reunited. The Night Elves are some of those Elven tribes. The effect of some of all this cosmic madness is the Night Elves have quietly stepped back from Alliance politics. And as you're about to learn, the other Alliance diehards are also set for a major distraction. Dwarves and Gnomes came in absolutely clutch to the Alliance. Turns out, literally having tanks is actually quite useful. But what's rough for the Alliance is that Dwarves and Gnomes are about to get the conclusion to a story that began way back in the day with newbie Dwarves and Gnomes killing their first Trogs in Khaz-Modan. And that is the story of the creators, of the Titans, from Ironbrand's dig site to Uldaman, from Ulduar to Mechagon, right through to the seat of the Pantheon. The Dwarves and Gnomes are finally getting their payoff. Likely not in Midnight, of course. What I'm talking about is the events of the War Within, and more importantly, where they'll all lead in The Last Titan. Now, these races will always be Alliance diehards.
Like, sorry, Kathleen,
when
this
the
is not a
Titans return,
negotiation.
which does look quite likely, and it also seems likely we may even go to war with some of them, well, the once children of the Titans, these two groups, will be rather busy. Though the Alliance do have other factions, other diehards like the Wildhammer and Kultiran humans exist, and races like the Draenei I think can always be trusted to get on board with doing the right thing for the Alliance. But with Valen's intention to build a new Draenei city in Azeroth, you may have missed that, but it is a recent plot point from their Heritage Armor questline. I am convinced that, perhaps like with Silvermoon, their race will host some sort of cross-faction hub in the near future. And that'll be important for the Alliance because, as of right now, they don't really have a proper foothold on the continent. As we move to the other groups, well, the Worgen have reconquered Gilneas, leaving them basically busy reconstructing the whole place. They're doing that effort alongside Forsaken in a total table flip of Warcraft's politics. I mean, if Worgen and Forsaken can get along, clearing out Lordaeron, then what's actually left for the Alliance to do? There's been a thing brimming up through this video. The Alliance has become less useful, right? They seem like they've had less of a place. Also, they've got substantially weaker and more fractured. And even more deeply, what is their purpose? Because that's rarely something that's engaged with in an interesting way within the actual game. Now, this does also bring me to the other races, whose inclusion in the Alliance increasingly points to how irrelevant the Alliance is.
If you can come to Nix and set your spawn here just in case.
Yeah, they're all in the Alliance, but their stories push toward unity under Azeroth, not towards the factions. So you do have to ask, what is the Alliance actually doing for them? And, well, are they only in the Alliance because that's how World of Warcraft is set up? You can see that the narrative of the Alliance is really beginning to strain. Now, there are other races too. There are the Jinyu, there are some recently converted Eridar, but the biggest concern right now are obviously the Void and High Elves, who, in all likelihood, will, well, settle in post-midnight Quel'Thalas and largely squash their beef. At least that's what we all imagine. That will end their isolation, and it will place them, once Alliance forces, in the heart of one of the Horde's most powerful kingdoms. And not for war, but for peace. A peace that seems to have put both factions on life support, even though, yeah, if you're an Alliance character and you walk into the wrong part of Silvermoon, yeah, the guards will just kill you on sight. Now, all of this is a bit weird. The Alliance just feels like it has less of a vision than the Horde. And for as much as Varian Rin homogenized the Alliance behind him, he at least was able to drive it forward, in a way that still felt like he was driving forward the faction. As much as Anduin can say for the Alliance, I think with Anduin we've went into smaller scale character drama, which isn't exactly what many want from, ultimately, a player faction in an MMORPG that is defined by those factions. Which isn't to say the Alliance doesn't have screen time, it just feels like they have less vision than the Horde. Screen time certainly is there. Alliance characters continue to dominate the expansion A plots, but, well, they're slave to those narratives. And that's kind of forced them to push faction identity aside so they can fight the next big bad, which is kind of the core of the problem. That's always been a great thing within Warcraft, but the factions being distinct entities has also long been a great thing of Warcraft. And right now, the Alliance just feels on ice. Not because it's dead. No, it'll come back whenever Blizzard needs it. It's just, right now, currently impossible to tell those good Alliance stories. A few recent times where they've tried, getting you, Red Dawn, haven't exactly ended up well. Okay, the High King problem. Now the Turalian has become, well, whenever Midnight launches and he does the intro thing, will become the self-described savior of the Sunwell. Yes, that is a thing he says early in the next expansion. We can basically look back at his tenure as High King of the Alliance. We've had people around him, like Matthias Shaw, be suspicious. He's rubbed people the wrong way. He is a little bit of a light zealot. Just look at his history. But the only thing that he actually did, geopolitically, was administer the armistice between the factions and make sure that the Alliance didn't blow up. And I think this all shows that the whole idea of a High King is kind of difficult. It makes it hard to tell the story. If Turalian goes and uses his power for evil, and they take his character that way, it's not just his character. He's basically High King as the acting regent. He leads their armies, so it would impact the entire setting. It maybe would even re-spark a war, maybe a siege of Stormwind, right? But if that was too much and we were to play it safe and he only did good things, then, well, his coming light blindness story would also ring hollow. So instead, what's basically happened is he, Blizzard, just kept Stormwind on maintenance mode. Whenever they need to, they just chuck the crown over to Gan. He just doesn't do anything. He just sits there and, I don't know, purrs. And now what we're seeing is that Blizzard are soft launching Anduin's return to Stormwind. They've put the first plot beat into the Blood Ties novel. That will eventually lead him back to the throne. And then we'll get back to the real question. What is Anduin? Is he a character larger than life and setting defining in a way where he feels separate to us and larger, greater, like a High King, just like Varian does? Or is he our friend, where we spend a lot of our time thinking about his personal emotional growth? It's hard to do that for a High King. High King for a faction struggling with its identity, struggling with direction, and keeps on being sacrificed for the character-to-character soap opera that Blizzard doesn't quite like to do. It's all a bit weird. These are questions that are a bit too big for the world, so it's saga. First we'll got to face off against the cosmic manifestation of the all-consuming void, then we'll meet and fight light, and then the Titans will come back, but we fight them too. That does mean that for the time being, the Alliance will be a political background organization that will pump out soldiers whenever we need them. And that means that there will be fertile ground for Anduin to return and to forge a modern alliance. And my hope is that with Anduin spending all of these years commanding, figuring himself out, working through his problems out in the Shadowlands, maybe when he returns, he will have aged, matured. Maybe he will come across more kingly, more regal, more larger than life. perhaps High King, the sort of character who could be a driving force of the Alliance, actually pushing it into new storylines. Only time will tell. As a lifelong Alliance player, and it does count for a few people in our office, this video just sums up the vibes, the angst, just the way that everything is shit about the Alliance is anything from quite somewhat. What do you think if you're an Alliance player? What do you think if you're a Horde player? The Alliance just so lame that the idea of smacking us about doesn't even get you excited anymore. And if you want your World of Peacecraft angst validated, well, go check out this video. It's about what's going on with the Sons of Lothar.
Oh, I
You may not know what that means, but trust me, you'll find the video interesting.
Still staying gateway ready to take off. And we're just waiting. We can share mission whenever.
Auto drive is now off.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. We can just park and PDCs can do. We can take out the 4 or 5. I got the airlock key card, or we could do whatever we want to do first. Yeah, get it done quick. I'm just there to collect ammo and then move through it, and push through.
Alright, cool. Merc, I'm on board.
Yep, cool. So, yep. I'll just raise it up. No worries.
Oh, I just did it.
Oh yeah, you have one of these too, I think. You got that goofy floor you gotta go through.
Where's that floor? How do we get up there? Phoenix is different.
Oh, there's that elevator you gotta drop down, and then you gotta stand on it, then you push the button to go up. It's really done.
Shields are
Oh, it's just one of the ends has the yeah. It's really. Maybe Starfare has something similar. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna go to that pad.
shields.
Get that
Shields
reset.
are
Yeah, that's me. That was me, yeah. I think that would be it. Yeah, that's the. Kind of see the marker, I guess. You want to just pile in to the blurs, you mean? Or. No, it's fine. We can do that. I don't really need it. Okay, let's do this. So let's put her down. Oh yeah, let's get the boxes off.
Well, this has been an interesting year, and while this is the final news episode of the year, it's going to end as an interesting year, because today I've got two kind of wild stories. One of them is an unmitigated disaster for those involved, and the other one is actually a message of hope, where we've learned something kind of shocking about Blizzard that makes 2026 actually look quite bright, and it's coming from a source that very much is not known for glazing Blizzard. What to get to then, so let's jump in. Now, if you want the superpower of coding, listen up, because most coding courses are kind of absolute bollocks. I mean, between the lectures.
His ramp was on his
Remember Turtle WoW?
other
So
side,
2025 was the year that it really took off, but it has actually now all ended in a bit of catastrophe.
Oh, there's ramps
so
on both
here's
sides.
the context you need for this story.
Oh, okay.
Turtle were a
Am
private
I
server
in the way
team
of it,
that
or-
basically could do no
You might
wrong
wanna
in the
move
eyes
a
of
little
many.
bit out.
And they did a lot
Yeah,
of really
you might
cool
have to
dev
lower
work.
the
And the
rails.
last few WoW patches that they released turned out to be the
you go.
Classic Plus experience that many people
I'll,
really wanted. The new content was lore accurate to Classic, but even more than that, and more importantly,
I'm trying
it
to
was
right now.
tone
There we go.
accurate. It actually felt like more.
So are we
classic
setting
in the
our
way that people
spawns
wanted.
here
Just that
or on the
early Blizzard
Polaris?
texture that Season of Discovery perhaps lacked in places. Plus the small fact that playing in their
I did
server
it for
was
here
often a
because
better
we're
experience
just
than
gonna
the official
revive each
Blizzard
other.
ones, because they had
Raid
real
cap
GMs
anyhow.
and bots were kinda nowhere in sight. They were actually being dealt with. Now that does all sound fantastic, right? But that's obviously not
Kick
what
you
put
back
them
to
on the
New
map
Babbage
this
or
year.
Arc
Two
Lord,
major things
whatever.
happened earlier on that lead to what's happening
reason I
today.
can't use my,
The first was this. This is a trailer for
can't
Turtle
use my
WoW
tractor
2.0, and it's a version of
Excellent.
Classic WoW running on the Unreal
guess
Engine.
shield
So
off.
basically, big old client-side
That
port.
helps.
Now this was due to release December 2025, and it promised a
going on.
fairly insane
I'm going to try to
future.
EVA down
Now,
below into
to
the
many
pad.
people,
Maybe I'll
looks very
do
great
it
and
that
cool,
way.
and the engineer in me thinks it's a really
okay.
awesome project. However,
There's a
I
bit of
think
a drop.
artistically, it kind of mostly did look terrible.
Nope.
You know, the
So
spell
odd,
effects
can't
were
do it.
ugly as sin, and WoW's assets were not designed for the realistic lighting that will be coming with Unreal Engine. But obviously, it drew a lot of hype and a lot of attention, and this combo of
engine
hype
running in
and
the-
blatant infringement that drew Blizzard's ire, and that's what gave Turtle even more attention. You see, it wasn't a
that weird
standard private
interference
server
with
story. Thanks to Blizzard's filing,
gravity
we basically
shield,
saw
I don't
a
know,
dark old
EVA,
history of the Turtle
a
WoW
half and
team's
half
Russian
EVA thing going
leadership
on.
coming to light. Where in short, there's,
Yeah.
at least according to what
No,
Blizzard
we're
are
good.
alleging, a underground mafia making bank on cash
you can do
shops
it.
and basically the whole hype
Oh,
cycle
no,
of
it's- yeah, it's
new
totally
private
nothing.
servers. And, well,
Wow.
I'm
What
not
the-
even joking
what's
here,
with
like
this?
it does actually all appear to be real. Now, of course, as an American company,
RSI
Blizzard really
being
couldn't do
RSI.
that much in the Russian
Yeah, I can't
courts.
even put my tractor
But
beam
they
back.
did find a way. They found an American team member. And
just
since
go-
September, they have been
Let's go to
raking
hangar.
said team member over the legal courts. Now, of course, lawsuits take time, and on that front, there have been no major
Yay.
updates.
Oh,
But as it
shit.
turns out, Turtle
Yeah,
really
we'll just
did
drop our
enjoy
boxes
being
off
on the
the
map. And that's where today's
just put
story
yours down
begins
and
to
I'll
heat
wind
up.
down.
So shortly after the lawsuit,
Yeah.
they made a public plea
Yeah.
to
Oh, you're
Blizzard
on.
saying, please Blizzard, see sense. Set up a licensing agreement so
close
Turtle
the
and
door.
other servers can go legit.
Oh,
Now,
I
we
just
covered that in depth previously, including how they made loads of, I would say, fairly basic, like populist arguments that were completely flawed when you actually looked into the depth of the situation. So they made a bunch of surface level comparisons that, you
stand
know,
there.
all fine
I
with
mean, the,
vibes,
cargo
but
bay.
just didn't really hold any
Yeah,
water in
exactly.
reality when you actually went through them in a case-by-case basis, which we did. So, in
I was
reality,
gonna put
it
SU
wasn't
boxes
really
back in our
appealing to
hangars
Blizzard
and
at all.
we'll
It was
just
just a
hop aboard
simple
the
PR
Polaris.
move to gain more favor
We,
with
the
community,
treasure
and it
beams
worked
wasn't
for their
even
target
working,
audience.
so-
Turtle was back in the headlines. And now, 2 months later, they've got themselves another headline. So, remember when I said the Turtle
yeah,
WoW
that's a good
2.0
idea.
was due
Yeah, let's
out
bring the fighter.
later this
Yeah,
month?
bring the fighter, sure.
The news is that it's actually not due out later this month. It no longer has a release date because right as it was due to come out, they've just
could just
went
use
and
the,
cancelled it. Basically,
Storage
some
on the
people
fighter.
suggest that the money ran out. Other people are saying that it was never real in the first place. A few are saying that this is all one big rug pull to farm up donations all year and then just walk away with the donation money. And that last idea sure would sting, especially because they haven't actually given a reason for this going down. And we all know how that goes down. Silence breeds speculation. And of course, yes, all of that stuff may be true, but I actually think there's a little bit more to it. So, the actual statement they put out says that their, quote, development agreement is, quote, permanently discontinued. Now, that is a very specific sort of language. Essentially, it seems they're distancing themselves from the Unreal Azeroth team, or the people doing this work. Now, not long after, they
shouldn't
also
have more
changed
than enough
their
ammo,
domain name, and without warning, they moved from turtlewow.org to turtlecraft.gg. And that actually gave
Stock
us
that up.
the answer to what's going on here. Basically, Blizzard has them on the run, and specifically, Discovery is what has them on the run. And by Discovery, I don't mean the science, history, ghosts, and aliens people. No, I mean that part of the law, the process of legally obtaining evidence. This basically means
Yeah, it's
bank
gonna call that
statements,
fighter
emails,
insurance here.
that kind of thing. Just
I'll,
anything that could be relevant, right?
I'll work with that.
So, in October, Blizzard's lawyers contacted every company they could. Anyone that they could target as a part of their big case.
Hold on.
And very importantly for today, that includes Epic Games. They're the makers of Unreal Engine, and it also includes Namecheap, who are the bunch that Turtle purchased their domain with. Now, that allowed Blizzard to find out more stuff about the people involved. As an example, like the domain owner in Kazakhstan, and the owner of AFK Craft, which is one of Turtle's shell companies. And this document, by the way, was filed the very same day as Turtle's announcement. So if you ask me, I think this is likely the real answer. The discovery process is finding people, and I think they are scrambling to get themselves out of the blast zone of all that stuff. So in the end, I think Blizzard's lawsuit has had the effect that they wanted. Turtle is on the run. I think what we're seeing here is basically evidence of that, as they are trying to.
Oh, I mean, if you want to go ahead,
for
Ark,
them, hopefully,
I could just bring the
OS
fighter
has found
to
a
the
discovery that would be a bad look. Or perhaps more than bad look.
Yeah, we're
For now, though, there's no impact to the actual existing private server. But this is just the beginning of the legal process. So expect more major stuff here. But to end, in their plea to Blizzard, they said, Turtle WoW is here to stay. We will have to see how well that statement will age. The next year may look a bit grim for Turtle, but seemingly it looks kind of good for Blizzard. So here's the deal, right? Johanna Fares is someone who's been pretty much behind the camera most of the time. I wouldn't be surprised if many of you didn't even know who she is. But basically, she has been Blizzard's president for about 2 years now, though she's very low-key about it. But largely, we don't have a sense of her because we've not really seen her at BlizzCon. Obviously, there hasn't been a BlizzCon since she started the job, and there will be one in 2026. So to build up that public profile, she's done some interviews in the kind of Christmas roundup period that lots of outlets do. But before any of that, I need to draw your attention to one Reddit comment.
Polaris is on
Jason
pad
Schreier
1.
Historically, has been tearing Blizzard apart at just about every opportunity. I don't think that's because of some irrational hatred of Blizzard. It's, well, been reporting on the company's many foibles and sins over the last many years. So, that's where Jason's coming from. He's done a lot of stories in this company. He has a lot of sources in this company. Wrote a whole book about Blizzard's history that was, very much the things that would be left out of maybe the official company history. So, with that context in mind, what he had to share about Johanna was actually quite a shock. Because apparently, she's a good president. A Reddit comment claimed that Blizzard staff actually like her. Jason then confirmed that. And in some ways, she's been an anti-Kotick, as in Bobby Kotick, where she's reportedly undone some of his initiatives. Now, from what we understand, she's fairly corporate, so we probably won't see her make, jabs at players like J. Allen Brack did. I'd say she's well media trained. I think that does come across in some interviews because there's a lot of corporate jargon that doesn't really mean that much, but apparently there's a really big difference, maybe between her and Jay, and that is that by these reports, she's actually competent, which must be quite nice if you're working there. So, in an interview with Jason, let's get on to the meat of things then, she went over some of what she's changed over the last few years. First, there's the new partnership with NetEase. That's a fairly obvious one, and it was actually one of her priorities. And of course, with that happening, she's now got millions more players somehow being involved with Blizzard's pockets, via the intermediary, of course, NetEase. Now, the other big initiative that she's had, to put it bluntly, has been keeping employees sane. Or basically, since her arrival, they've been internally transparent about how well games are doing financially. And they do this very regularly, and that means that staff pretty much always know what their bonuses are going to look like and where that bonus is going to come from. So basically, people kind of understanding why things are happening, which is often good for morale. And I think on that topic, there's another big change, really huge one, and that is that the bonus pools are now company-wide. So basically, the Warcraft team would benefit if Diablo does well, and vice versa. That's actually really good. If one game is in between cycles, but another game has a really big release, then basically the bonus pool should be more smoothed out. And the reason why that's good is company retention rate. That's really important if you're a player of World of Warcraft, which you probably are if you're watching this video. Basically, talent walking out the door is often the thing that actually rots games the most. We only talk about, dev decisions because those are very easy things to, notice publicly, but there's just that silent brain drain that is the real killer of teams over years upon years.
Taking off my fighter,
so this being fixed up is definitely good, and historically, this
Rod's on
bonus
board.
stuff was one of the worst problems at Blizzard, where people would crunch their ass for a few months on a real low salary, all because there would be a promise of a bonus. But then that bonus may never really appear. Ultimately, people would often not really know why they didn't end up getting a bonus, and then management basically say, hey, good times are just around the corner, you know, hold on another year and
your
then
lead,
there'll be a big bonus. And for years upon years, that kind of worked. Then Blizzard's reputation went down, and people in that local area started paying a hell of a lot of more money. Essentially, a lot of Blizzard's best talent just got poached by Riot. Obviously not just Riot, but you get the picture, and they tend to be the people offering the most money. Now, I don't want to bore you with more technical production detail things, but this will actually matter to the game that we're getting, so here's the takeaway on the actual how games are getting made from these interviews. And that is that, allegedly, Blizzard is genuinely changing. Overall, what that means is WoW is making more content faster with fewer slip-ups. I'd certainly have a few little foibles about that. Diablo 4 is about to release a second expansion. That's something that Diablo 3 never managed. If you don't remember, that's because Blizzard management panicked about sales, and they shifted gears purely out of fear, even though, well, in hindsight, everyone knows that was a mistake. Reaper of Souls was a huge success, and that the panic over immediate Diablo 3 sales basically killed Blizzard's hopes to do a good follow-up.
I shared the mission. Did you already grab it or something?
Overwatch 2 PvE got cancelled because they just didn't have faith in how it was turning out. Obviously, that's a rug pull that devastated that game and its team. And basically, the combination of all of this, so nobody really trusted Blizzard anymore. If we're to fast forward to the story of the current era, it is basically that they're moving forward, they're moving fast, and that even the seemingly cursed Overwatch is kind of slowly clawing back support. Basically, it's
going there now. I already have. I don't know why it's not clicking on it and share. And this is the third time. The share button goes out, but I don't know if it's working. Yeah, that's it. All right, yeah. I mean, just maybe this server takes time or something. No. Yeah. Yeah, Roger. I'm up in flight right now. Quantum. Back in a sec.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah.
Quantum drive is now
definitely much better turnout than we had the last few nights.
Quantum drive is now on.
Deacon Tobin here again. Intersect appreciates your help, but we're hoping to get the latest intel on who the Shattered Blade are selling to. Head out to their storage site and upload the decrypted data package you find. Don't be surprised if the Mandul is still interested in them too.
It's like those texts that go out that take an half hour, an hour for the person to get them, kind of thing. Anyway. This is fun as fuck, doing stuff like this. Like that, what was that, Stormbreaker or whatever, that one? I think it was kind of, that was cool shit.
We've got pre-patch for midnight, January 20th. That's when a few combat add-ons will be breathing their last, and of course whenever we get to see WoW's approachable combat.
Yeah, like that one time. Maybe we're followed that one, but when the shard was pretty full, that was 310. Yeah, that's. And it is a PvP zone, like everything is pretty much. Hathor, everything is just. It's the game. People, you go talk where we are, people show up. It's bound to happen. But that was something different, maybe. They had someone in on the inside. And then the other people like the challenge anyway, so it's fun.
Lover of deep history and the cradle of civilization, I'm very down on, given, you know, Lilith. I think she was totally wasted in D4. But to keep it big picture, Joanna Faris said that Blizzard now aims for 2 major releases a year. So Midnight and Lord of Hatred should be Blizzard's big headliners. But there's quite clearly something else, because Faris called this Midnight and Lord of Hatred thing a kickstart to Blizzard's 2026. So let's think about other things then. We've got Diablo's 30th anniversary this year. There are hints they'll have some sort of surprise lined up. Some people hope it's a D1 remaster. Of course, after the success of Diablo 2 Resurrected, maybe. It's also Overwatch's 10th anniversary, which genuinely shocks and despairs me, but hey, time sure does pass. Anyway, they could have something brewing there. But on the WoW side, Classic has been quiet for a while. I would not expect a release. I certainly do expect news, and when better to deliver that news than, of course,
it's been a while, guys.
The Grand Return BlizzCon will be their best chance to grab people's attention, and I think it will be humongous, like actually humongous. So obviously the Classic team's cooking something up. We literally know that it's Classic Plus. We just don't know what it looks like. I think.
Want me to bring my Polaris or Perseus,
I'd say
or
we'll
just a
also
fighter?
likely find out something about the Last Titan. Then it's a distinct possibility. So that's a lot of announcements already. Maybe then a surprise Diablo 1, hopefully something special for Overwatch, and there have been rumblings of StarCraft 2. We do know they've got at least one project going in the StarCraft universe, so maybe there'll be something there. And of course, by the time that this BlizzCon happens, which is uncharacteristically early in the year, it's September instead of November, but at about that time, we'll have our first major Midnight patch. And generally by the end of an expansion's first major patch, at least with the new cycle of things, we do actually know where the story is going. So by that point, we'll probably know what the final big patch is, and that means that the Last Titan, I think, will be presentable for them. So, seemingly quite a lot. Maybe 2026 is supposed to start with delivery, build up some
station,
actually delivering shit, and then towards the end of the year, basically say, hey, Classic Plus, StarCraft, The Last Titan, and just do a bunch of things that'll be impressive to people. If that's what they pull off, I think it could be a genuinely great year. I definitely don't think it'll be a perfect year.
Nothing yet.
I don't. There will be friction. There will be turbulence. Just look at the number of bugs we tend to have. Patches and stuff.
Yeah, they might just start.
I think
They
will
are.
get better. But I don't think 2026 will end with those systemic problems solved. Still, I think it is shaping up to be a genuinely great year for Blizzard. And that actually does feel really damn good to say. And to be ready for that, well, why not queue up our class series? We've got the winners and losers of melee DPS, range DPS, and tanks. Heroes will be in the new year. So go give that a watch. We'll have a few more things in the channel before the new year. Well, this is my final recording session. So yeah, I guess goodbye 2025. Roll on 2026. I wish you all well, and see you again in the new year.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a good one.
Today we're going to talk about all the tanks at Midnight, but before I start the actual specs, there's something far bigger to address, and that's the tanking itself that is changing this expansion. And that's not fluff. Trust me, a lot is going on here. So, Midnight's dungeon changes have been brutal to the dungeons. Mod packs are smaller, casters are fewer and further between, and many more mechanics exist within the world of Warcraft rather than the UI of Warcraft. So to make up for that, well, you've got a lot more time to react to things. Now, of course, you won't have access to computational add-ons, but to make up for that, there's going to give you a lot more time to react to things in the actual dungeon. Do you know what that means? That means the tanks are major winners, just in general. And that's because tanking is substantially less stressful than it's been in years. Of course, there's good types of stress and bad types of stress. I would say the type that basically
type of stress. So, that means if you've been thinking about trying out the tank role, well, midnight basically is the time. And with that said, let's get into the specs.
Still work on this
for a long time, you guys have been one of WoW's more fragile specs. I say fragile in a weird way. Obviously, strong self-healing sounds great, but all that self-healing means that
something happened.
Has to crank up incoming damage higher than any other tank, and that means that if
I'm frozen.
Is low enough, blood is immortal. But the second that incoming damage gets too high, it is straight to ping.
Yeah.
So Blizzard's main challenge is solving that, but there is another little challenge, and that is this huge stack of unused abilities that crowd up your talent.
Nothing server error-wise over here.
Now, you know how it is by now. Blood is losing, blood tap, rune tap, mark of blood, and blood drinker. Basically, everything.
Yeah, my screen's still frozen.
And given Blood's recent history, I think those will really be missed. There are stragglers from years ago that was her.
But me and Dottie are still pretty good. Looks like Dottie's still.
It could be anybody who's on the Polaris.
That seems like a lot by Blizzard's own admission.
Yeah. I know they had the audio bug.
Into a third resource, and they now think that's too much for a spec that is already juggling its runes and its RP, which essentially means back to basics.
This glaive is so
let's
dodgy.
get into what those new basics will be. Obviously, then, all those things that have been thrown away have been replaced by new talents.
Almost
the
dead.
new Blood Mist talent should help to make up for some of that lost damage and
crashed yet.
resources, and not just that either. Deathstrike now hits 3 targets, and Blood Boil has plenty of cooldown reduction to help with your hematosis. Now on the defensive side, Deathstrike lost some of its healing, and Lichborn no longer provides damage reduction, but to compensate, Bone Shield, Blood Shield, and parrying are all much stronger. Plus, consumption is actually different. Instead of just a button to hit, it's actually an empower ability that gives you more damage reduction the longer it is charged. And to smooth out other
game crashed.
Dancing Rune Weapons cooldown is now a flat 90 seconds, and Coagulopathy, an amazing to say name, now only stacks 4 times. So ultimately, it is a
this
slower
spider,
spec,
dude.
but it's easier to maintain. But there is actually something a bit odd about it. You see, for tanks, there's long been a bugbear, and that is random defensive uptime. So your defensive abilities just proc at random. Sometimes that's fine if the proc happens to be well timed.
Going out of the pad now.
It's not, though. So
I could trigger the QV. I got the key card. I'll go there. Actually, I'll just go there and open it.
It kind of feels like tank designers need to just share notes so that this sort of thing stops happening.
Already
Obviously,
here.
if you're a DPS player, this kind of thing is annoying, but not
Yep. My direction. This is the right location.
surviving through something, it being pure random, well, random RPM system.
Sweet, let's clear it up.
Great. And I know this won't sound like the largest problem to many, but you have to remember something. This proc, it is part of your defense's budget. A part that can be completely wasted, fires off when you're finishing off a pack, or just not actively taking a loss. So, that's that. A bunch of good things, actually, but there's some loss here. And that is the rhythm of on-demand resources and damage that you can hold for the right moment. Where are we with that? Well, there certainly is some loss here. A lot of those things that went away helped you manage the
It's a bit of an invisible wall where I am. So
damage. You can hold that kind of thing for the right moment. That sort of thing is gone. But
welcome to Foreign Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Limb is now a CC only tool in your tree, and making it more Morphine's grasp should be much easier with the new terminal layout. Ultimately, I would say that Blood is definitely a winner. It's leaner, it's beefier, it's much easier to keep around, and you have to remember that if all that stuff sounds really scary,
this is the auxiliary station.
that's kind of intended, because midnight tanking is going to be different, and this is an example.
This one has abandoned bodies.
Vengeance DH. So sometimes your first look at new talentry immediately tells you a story, and Vengeance does just that. You see, for much of the War Within, Vengeance players ran a rather interesting build. It's one that completely skipped out Spirit Bomb, and that gave them a much more simple version of the spec. It worked really well, but it felt
I think once I put this in, the door remains open anyhow.
And to back that
And
up,
clear it out.
heavily favored Fellscarred, which actually needed
It's one of the sections anyway, and the Polaris too.
We can see that Spirit Bomb is right here. You can't avoid it. It is part of the design. We'll use it, and you guys have just been a bit naughty in the War Within. So, thing is though,
Get ready for FPS crew.
it's not the same Spirit Bomb. Instead of being
Wait, no, airlock.
it's actually a whole lot stronger, and it's on cooldown. You see, Vengeance gameplay used to revolve around where you would spend your soul fragments. You So the trick was basically
How are we getting it? How are we doing? Port side ramp?
dump fury on Soul Cleave without them. Spirit Bomb, 8 fragments for damage, Cleave 8 them for healing. And that's now all just gone. Soul Cleave does bonus damage, and it heals much more.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna. I might as well set my spawn point here just in case.
For each soul bomb that you do, but you've now got a cooldown to work around instead of it just being every 3rd or 4th GCD. That's a lot of words. Basically, you've got a 15-second metronome to help you pace up what you're doing. Now, that's probably the biggest change, but it's far from the only major one. Fracture is now your default filler, since basically nobody's used Shear for years. Fiery Blast is still a DPS
I received a
its damage reduction
comms invite, but I don't know who it was.
Wait.
But before, of course, other mobs could still chunk you while your brand was spread. So that's a really good quality of life improvement. Finally, then, Demon Spike has.
Yeah, I'm getting that bug where I'm not seeing player markers.
That kind of replaces the counterintuitive buff that you previously got whenever it fell off. Then Painbringer, a relatively low vengeance, won't stack anymore. So in practice, right, that basically keeps you from oscillating up and down. Crazy.
I recognize most of those names.
Losses heard on all of these changes. Fell Devastation now heals for a lot more, which does feel very satisfying. But the funny thing is that for all of how
Yeah, so I just don't play the player markers, but I see the. What do you say, like the upside down?
So basically, vengeance still does feel like vengeance. Now, beyond that mechanical stuff, there is some quality of life. Infernal Strike now casts a free Sigil of Flame when opening combat, which saves you an awkward opener. Meta is down to a 2-minute cooldown, plus your Apex talent gives you procs to press it for free.
I'll Lunar Share.
Some nice quality of life. You've got definitely some changes in how the talents are, but it should feel
Sure, everybody got it.
but without a lot of the not just advanced gameplay, I would say weird advanced gameplay that you have to understand to avoid.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out. I just can't type in chat, or I have to look at that chat bug, and that enter escape doesn't work.
Procs for massive damage with the last tier set was a great rhythm. Now it's not really a thing, because now you get Annihilator instead. With it, Shadowflame meteors fall out of the sky, which is actually bad. They are very cool. But it's got little impact on your actual gameplay, except for your and then my least favorite change for last. Sigil of Chains now replaces Sigil of Misery.
We have 4 or 5.
So that's one less option for Mythic plus tanks to completely lock down packs. It was an extremely potent combo.
Oh, you're there. Oh, I'm at the other auxiliary guy.
Ultimately, then, this is a same but different spec, right? It is different. I've covered those changes, but Vengeance is by and large the Vengeance. Spirit Bomb is your heavy thing, but the minor defensive changes make
Something comes out there. Move on! I won't last long here! I'm moving position! Moving up! Oh, he's going down! Moving up!
There you go.
Yeah, 2nd or 3rd squad's inside.
I got you! Go! Go! Friendly down! Take an injury! Oh shit! Shit! Man down! Bring it! Push it!
In relation to just since Warlords of Draenor. So let's talk about it. It is a spec with an overwhelming
I'm gonna join the rest of you guys.
rage and an awful
Go! Keep back! Tire yourself up! I won't last long here! Time to end this! Move on! I won't last long here! Move in position! Laying down covering fire! Hold clip here with your name on it. Moving out to investigate. Moving I got you covered. Someone wants to toss. Yeah, I'll go, yeah.
You're also losing which should make damage a bit more reliable. In fact, you're also losing one of your big spells for everything. And that's Rage of the Sleeper.
I'll cover you!
Sleeper's no longer raging because he's just been deleted. That may sound a bit scary, but it actually
push it!
Guardian a
moving up
hell of a lot smoother. Instead of
I'm
just
pushing
being extremely strong for 8 seconds every minute.
Yeah, I'm up top the 2nd level over by the game room.
Yeah! You owe me though! Let's go! Laying down covering fire! Push it! Bring it! You got it!
Guardian might also
let's go! Go! Go!
You are losing tons of points like everyone else, but you're actually getting genuine new gameplay mechanics. There's a new minigame for
you got it!
that will separate the Great Bears from
I'm hit!
Yeah, it climbs quick.
Yeah, it does, but still, if you get a headshot, you're gonna. If it's an unarmored target, you're gonna kill it.
Tiny bit reduced. 10%, 25%. Oh, Void Terrapin. He's you're hitting the I know he's just moved around a bit, but he's clear. He's not trying to.
We lost two more. I won't last long here. Push through in position.
Kind of
Guess we're fine. Go ahead.
space here.
I'll cover you. Let's go. Move on. I'll last long here. Push it. Through in position.
Uptime, which seriously conflicts with your
Laying down covering fire. Move on. I won't last long here. You got it. Move in position. I'll cover you.
is really where Guardian Druids start to starve. Now, multi-target, it's a
Go ahead.
Let's go.
I got you. Go, go.
Sorry.
No, that's my bad, because I'm not seeing markers. I only see the little upside down triangles above everybody.
Basically, it isn't about basically being able to swap into a sadly and on top of that, part of the wild is very different. Instead of just a few seconds of massive off-spec power, it's now just one machine. So,
Well, some of us are heading to cargo deck B.
if Blizzard hangs out the last few issues, I definitely say it'll be a drastically
Heading inside.
It is a real change.
Void Terrapin's he's coming, and I'm right behind you guys now.
Iron for every other GCD without a thought, and it was basically the default.
I got it.
Roger.
I really got it.
Heading down the elevator in cargo deck B.
Right. You guys are surprisingly restrained.
Gaba or Wu-Tang, do either of you want to come on board my Perseus?
Let me explain. Rising Sun Kick is out as well.
We're on location now in Nyx, but anyone close to whomever this is. But the mission's FPS at the moment.
All time has actually survived. Rushing Jade wins, but still here. I know special delivery is a
Okay, grabbing the data now. Not getting much.
I'm down, cargo deck B.
Cargo deck B coming.
Scrambling nearby. See if you can locate a terminal to help unlock this data.
I'm here. Moving up. Taking injuries. Damn it.
I'm down at the end of the hangar where the platform is.
Hey, just got interest. I got you.
Okay. Now on the data.
Does line up with a few night outs I've had, but I don't exactly know, well, how that'll fit into the game. It's odd. Basically, you get both movement speed and attack speed from it, which it does mean there's a chance you'll need to trade a good
Moving to
cargo
deck B.
A slight chance.
Actually, shit. Gotta get that key card thing off. Fucking guy.
Just problems to talk about with this one. Problems like stagger. Okay, stagger is a bit weird. One of Blizzard's constant struggles with Brewmaster is getting the
Yeah, I need somebody to come res me in cargo deck B. I'm on the second level of the platform, or first level of the platform.
buff your shield brew anymore. It's just stronger baseline.
What the hell? People don't just disappear. Letting him escape is unacceptable, damn it.
It's so weird, I can't see who's... Okay, good.
I got him. Thank you.
Because I can't see I can't see the markers for some
That means there's a loss of technical depth, but here's the thing. I kinda don't imagine many players will truly deeply miss that, because there's still plenty going on with this spec. That's not to mention the rest of the game. Now, other things. Shadowpan is getting a rework as well.
I'm always to find out the cause. The party's starting. Come on, don't want to be late.
Should be good.
Go one down. Move it. Well, they die. Taking shots.
honestly, we still do have a lot of things. Our stance's value is still basically invisible to anyone but the theory.
Where the hell are they? I've got you covered.
Couldn't figure out what to do with Mu Zhao, so now he's just over here in the corner. He's gotten buffs to make
Going
sure
to
he's good
card deck B.
he's been made a very heavy
Do we want to try and get these pods out through the elevator?
Cool, man.
focus build located on either side. But since there's out triggering storm and blackout kicks instead of purifying brew, kind of imagine.
Did they fall into a jump point? Where the fuck did they go?
Changed. Their work here, I'd say, is far from done, but ultimately, they've actually done a fantastic job cleaning up some complications without really doing lasting harm. So, tentatively, Brewmaster. Pro Paladins are a bit weird. They're not necessarily bad, but certainly over recent tiers, my own guild's tanking team has thought, damn, this really would be easier if you weren't playing Prot. So, we should talk about stuff then. Our Season 3 rating was defined by one big thing: how much this spec sucked compared to the Vengeance DH. Our Paladin tank had to play out of his mind to survive scenarios that the Demon Hunter handled without a sweat. And I brought that up in this video because clearly Blizzard knows why that is happening, and here we're about to see their attempt to fix it. So let's get into the changes. Of course, removing one of their defensive tools does seem like a bad start.
They do fit through the elevator. We can bring them up if we want.
Defensive component that could prove useful.
Oh, it's Dark Falcon. He's fucked up here. No, he's 100%. It's all bugged.
It seems Prot has lost its most important tool, Holy Shield. The talent is literally gone, but do not fret because it's actually been rolled into your mastery. Prot's mastery now increases the lock chance for melees and for spells. And it's kind of hard to say what that will do for scaling, but it does actually have benefit. Kills the old mastery. You see, the old mastery was a colossal.
Share mission, please. Okay.
It was a damage reduction whenever you
share it now.
Concentration. So at high level,
I'll keep them occupied.
far too much of your tanking is
I got you covered.
concentration. If you are smacked outside,
Oh yeah, the elevator doesn't work.
Go, go! I got you back.
Attempting to set it down. It's we gotta break through the elevator.
They also kind of couldn't help themselves. So the effect still does survive as a talent, but it's now limited to a flat fight.
You got it.
That's not the only condition of tanking this level.
Laying down, covering fire.
A bunch of stacking buffs that were all
So you guys know there's like this hidden area up here in Cargo Deck B.
Laying down, covering
No
fire.
way. I wanna look.
bonuses. So basically, if you get tankier because of talent,
If you look up in the corner, where I am,
or it's connected to a consistent defensive, which should make buildcraft a bit more clear. Now, speaking of defensives, Prot
there's usually a large green box in it.
I have tier was
Oh.
a big victim, but Moment of Glory and Bastion of Light are gone as well. On top of that, Hammer of Wrath is now a transformation to Judgment rather than
Cool.
being its
Oh,
own.
I see
That is a
the
lot of buttons gone. Not that you were using all of them anyway, which is
No, come back over here.
You see, with all
Oh,
the
yeah.
that's the jump. Oh, that's the jump.
kind of throw you a bone. You can now pick second charge of Guardian of Ancient Kings.
Yeah, there's the tier 4 medium
That's it.
armor up
And
here.
hey, it might sound all right, but remember what a second charge really means. It means that unless you bank both of them for some reason, it's just one extra use throughout the entire encounter. One more defensive for a whole.
Oh, I know what
yeah,
you're talking
That's
about.
one
Okay.
way fight.
Oh, this is cool.
Yeah,
That's
the
nothing.
ledge grab.
Which does leave Prot in a rather awkward spot. Blizzard promise it's going to be a lot tankier with our defensives now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Accepted. Yeah, dude.
Removing conditions like Blessing of Dawn and Dusk. That stuff will all
Woohoo! Oh yeah, this was the saw in the video. Yeah, this.
I'm not really
Help!
sure, but
Fuck.
again, you can see great
Pretty good
shit
stuff.
like it's the things actually live.
Oh, just some
What I
ammo.
will say is the experience of playing one won't really
Good
be
for
that
ammo.
different. Look, you're still a utility powerhouse, and when it comes to keeping yourself alive,
Ah,
you don't
cool.
really have a lot to do. You spam your filler.
So and then don't bother loading up the cargo. Did we load up? Somebody load up the cargo elevator, or is this stuff already here?
This new talent choice.
I don't know. Maybe some of that didn't know that they don't work.
Which is
Oh, they spawn.
business. Call it Noob Trap. Because
Just are
they're
back.
spending 60% more resources for 100% damage, which sounds really good, doesn't it? So this talent will let good players pump up damage, but it could get a few newer players killed. So, calling this a winner is hard-writing. Essentially, it hinges entirely on maths. If it truly works,
Yeah, we could just get this stuff through the elevator if you wanted.
will feel tons better. But if the math is off, it
Takes
will
time,
still
though.
suffer from lacking defensive options that other tanks get for free. Protection warrior time. You guys are
Yeah, to
fresh off
Polaris or
rework that
whatever.
turned you into a top-tier S-rank spec. Naturally, that means Blizzard will be very careful when it comes to any changes they make here. In fact, going by the number of patch notes alone, this is one of the least changed specs. But that's only if you look at this spec alone. You see, Warrior as a class has also got a totally revamped class tree. So let's get into things. For Prot, this means you are going to be losing some abilities. Everyone is. Notably, you're losing Thunderous Roar, which fed into big damage and was great for AoE aggro. But to make up for that, Champion Spear has got a new leap attached to it. So you can basically nail a pack in.
If anybody finds a Dust Devil helmet, let me know.
S tier, I love it. And don't panic.
Roger.
Avatar is gone
Nope.
from the class tree.
Who's got contact?
Actually still
Don't know.
How do you get on board this
Now,
thing?
it doesn't keep the free shield wall effect that it used to have, sadly, but to solidify its place, mountain things have got some gameplay based around extending it. Now, for the opposite, we've got Rend, where Rend is something that now, rather than living in the spec tree, is living in the warrior class tree. Now, it still feeds you plenty of range and AoE, so no change there. Though something real funky has happened to one of your big defensive tools. Last time it was moved to the
Did we
class
get
tree,
the
then it was moved to the bin.
Did we get the key card off the body of the boss in Cardiac D and decrypt the data or whatever? I'll look for his body. There's a shield there, ready to go in the elevator. Okay, yeah, I'll find his body. I think it's
Yeah, looking over the bodies right now.
Because you do get some fun new tools. Piercing Hull is
Yeah,
still
let's
slow,
get the
but it
mission
also
going.
acts as a miniature stampede.
If anybody finds like a special type of pulverizer, let me know.
Adds a lot of power to defensive stance, and Battlefield Commander leans into the fantasy that warriors have been missing.
Copy on the pulverizer.
Basically, Prot's only changes are fairly
yeah.
minor.
No, I'm seeing a regular one here.
Like say, there's a talent that gives Ravage extra damage to
Whoever needs, also there's some of the bodies have got a good amount of pulverizer ammunition if you need it.
Oh, sure. They got your cousin. Oh my God, it's begun. Everybody. The voiceover is the most repetitive in the game.
Did a team already go to Cargo Deck A, or are we going to hit that next?
That'll be the next one. We're at B, just looking for the guy's body.
I saw the guy go down. Nobody, he's supposed to have different armor on than everyone else.
Yeah, that red mask one.
Today just got interesting. Holy shit!
Yeah,
They just killed
saying
him.
it.
Oh, damn it! We're hit! I'm pushing.
What does the Dust Devil helmet look like?
It's brown. It's brown, kind of spiky.
Okay.
We're getting hit. Advancing.
This is that one at Maker's Point that you find the guy walking around, you just kill him and steal the shit. That one with the cape.
I have no idea. I haven't been to Maker's Point in a long time.
Oh yeah, I know. There's some places where this guy spawns. He's just walking around. You just bonk him and steal his shit. It's a spawning dude.
Did nobody? Because the dude, I saw the dude go down. He went down here in the middle somewhere.
Okay, grabbing the data now. Oh, not getting much. Most of it's encrypted.
All right, cool. Thanks.
What little I can see,
You get
showing
the
wheels
key card to
rattling
put in the
nearby.
main room.
See if you can locate a terminal to help unlock this data.
Advancing.
I already put the other one in.
Oh jeez, we're getting poached. Advancing.
No, I can't. Yeah, I'm all bugged. I can't even.
Moving up. Shit, they just killed
armor.
him.
I picked up some kind of helmet that looked a little bit unusual or a little bit different from the others, but I don't know if that's what you're looking for. but I have it in my backpack.
Well, I have no idea where you are because all I have is a bunch of triangles.
Yeah, same here. I'm still on cargo deck B.
Oh, sorry.
So am I. I'm standing by the elevator.
This can fit a few people.
Same here.
Without breaking through the wall. The shield's for whoever at the.
Let's go, guys.
All right, let's go before. Oh, yeah, we're just gonna get it out. There.
They already called the elevator back.
All good. I don't care about the shield. I got a little fighter here anyway. Push it on to warehouse A.
Yeah, let's go do deck A.
Yep. Wu-Tang is
Yeah, see, I see Wu-Tang, but I haven't seen anybody else markers. It's weird.
It's a buggy ass game. We had that with like 3 people, 4 people. We didn't. Oh, I can't see your name. You go ahead, Wu-Tang, no problem. It's gone to next location. It's still Big E. They gives you like 3 seconds before it cuts you in half.
You got it.
Yeah, I just don't want to bump dudes through the wall.
Right.
That happened last time.
One at a time.
Yeah. Oh, we bumped so many people.
I'll get ready for security.
Majestic, you're heavily damaged.
I spawned right behind me. Oh my god. Sorry, Dottie. Here you go.
It's alright, I'm good.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Did you guys already clear deck A because everyone's dead up here?
I was about to have a drink. Almost clear over here on the left. We got miniguns going, so push it.
Wait, you're shooting what?
I don't know.
Yeah, the minigun.
Yeah, we're one of our guys is rocking the minigun right now.
Oh, okay.
That's fun. Thought the BA was cranked up. I think the body, maybe another key card, and then we just put the 2 in the machine.
Usually the body is up on the 2nd level on the catwalks.
True.
Okay, never mind.
That's from the elevator, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Also be on the lookout for the special compensators.
Turf war legs, if anyone's making that gear.
I'm hearing fire. Obviously that's not we're in our position.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, awesome. Whoever's on top of those crates, that's awesome. Perfect sniper.
Yeah, it's funny. I was spawned by the Polaris, but you can still hear the NPCs talking to the walls. Like
Yeah.
far away. Yeah, because the audio is just so bugged in the game. Is he up? I'm gonna check up here. I don't know where this body is. Still looking for that body, I guess?
I think so.
Yeah, 3 out of 4. 3 out of 5, I mean.
Oh yeah, 3 out of 5.
Found some pickles. Wanted like 10 of them.
I did an ASD and found like 4 pickles in the same spot.
I thought it was a stack of 7 or 10 just a second ago. That's goofy. Yeah, I'm not finding this body. Fuck.
Huh.
Weird. Oh no, I jumped somewhere weird.
Yeah, be careful where you land.
No, I fucked up. Damn, dude.
Still 3 out of 5.
What an in cap. Do that. I'm over in this corner here on A. Fuck.
Corner.
Buddy.
Which
Yeah.
corner? Are you close to the Drinking Planetary? Are you down on the bottom level?
Damn. Okay, so I'm in I'm the guy shooting over in the corner here. You hear my shots?
No.
I'm in I think Dottie is close to me. He's like 10 meters away. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I'm just yeah, just finished you can in cap me and then yeah, hoist me up. Look, yeah, I'm taking hits. Okay, yeah, cool, I'm down.
Someone got down! Shit, got down! One of ours just got cut down. This will be shit! Keeper, tire yourself up. They got your cousin!
Am I visible?
Nah, you're too.
Ah, dang.
Yeah,
my
we're
spawn will
still
be
3 of
just
5.
at Stank Gateway. I could just backspace. Dottie, it's probably not possible then.
No, I might be able to get you.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if we can't say hello to the sicko who did this. Heads up, someone's dropping bodies over here. We need to find the creeper fast.
Came across a body. We'll investigate the area.
Gone far. Great. Bloody corpse. Seems like the party's starting. Come on, don't want to be late.
Maybe got something. Kicking off a patrol to look into it.
Oh, you might have to backspace.
Alright, I'll do that.
Did you set your spawn on the ship?
No, I set it at Stanton Gateway, but automatically it just says New Babbage. I don't know if that's gonna be.
Looking for the responsible party now.
Okay, backspace. We'll see where I end up. Lame. I knew better. Stanton Gateway. I'm good.
Get the feeling like something's about to go down. I'm gonna take a look. Let's see if we can't say hello to the sicko who did this. Hey,
We done on cargo deck A?
Not quite, because we're still trying to find the data packs.
Someone got the body. Gonna look around and get to the bottom.
Well, I mean, it's on a body, so you know, find all the bodies.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I know, but
I know. Apparently, it's easier said than done.
Because there were a lot of dead dudes in here. Did somebody not already get it?
I'm looking through my inventory right now to make sure I didn't pick up. But once we pick up one, it should register.
It's usually the guy with the red armor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's usually the dude in the red.
Something's here. I'm gonna find it.
My only my ship was the wolf outside on the pad. It's not a derelict. Yeah, I try to check all the bodies too. It's like that other room. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, they spawn dudes. We already got the QV station, but there's a few size 1 parts of the derelicts and some loot.
Well, why don't we go hit the remote station? Did we get the card and the code from the remote station?
Yeah, I brought the airlock's already open. I already opened it, but you could probably farm the other airlock key card for another time doing the mission.
Yeah, but there's a code we need off the dude in the security office. You have to go find the laptop to get the code to open the security office.
Yeah, it's still has to be 100% cleared, and to do that, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna be flying there shortly.
Well, why don't we go do that, and then maybe the dude with the key card and cargo deck A will magically appear.
Oh, maybe, and then we can do the Polaris. Cool. Yeah, because A and B is already cleared, and we're not finding the body. I'm just gonna try to find my get my shit off my body, but.
Oh, we still have to go do the Polaris too.
Oh yeah, I know the mission marker sees the you have to find the key card, but already opened it. So the other data packets ×2 would be one Polaris and one of the auxiliary station, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was just that card on that body that we can. I don't know. Maybe the mission's bugged or something.
It could be.
Look at all those bodies we checked. Like, it's just that red helmet, dude.
Okay, we didn't actually go anywhere on that elevator, guys. We need to go to, was that entrance? Pad 3 or whatever it is?
Yep. Yeah, I didn't get on there.
Try to meet up with you guys. Just respawns.
That is a beautiful parking job. So are we gonna go do the enemy Polaris now, or are we gonna go hit those derelicts or the remote station? Okay, can you... Yeah, there you go.
I'm en route back to you guys. AK for a second in the meantime.
Hey, Wu-Tang or Void, can you bring me back? I should have crouched. I thought I could go walk around that damn fire, but I guess I couldn't.
Are we heading back to your Polaris arc? Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to... It's so heavy right now. Yeah, same here. Gotta drink, gotta replenish my fluids. Yeah, Ben Loven, you're live miking.
Yeah, the political stuff.
last SCU box.
Okay, got another data packet. Good. Shouldn't be much longer to track them all down.
Alright, well, we got 4 or 5.
Wow, yeah, Thunbiz? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, if you need to give me another billion, I'll take it. Why not? Why the hell not? If we use it while we still have it, I suppose. Alright, so what's our next target, or where's the next location? Copy. I truly enjoy these missions a lot better than any of the raids in WoW right now, or that I've seen in the last 5 years.
Yep.
Yep. Five clicks out. Yep, I'm seeing 6.
Yep.
Shields damaged.
Nope. Audio bug again.
So I'm in the pilot seat of the Polaris. So do we need to go somewhere or what?
We're supposed to go to Derelict B?
And I think I just crashed.
It's alright, well, we're standing still, so there's nothing happened to us. Vanduuls are staying put, they're not coming after us. Though I'm getting that audio bug too, but I'm still here.
No, I'm totally frozen. So I'm gonna crash my game and come back in.
Body's gone. Alright, come back up.
Did everybody crash? It's I'm still here on the starboard side turret in the Polaris, so but I think we killed all the bogies.
Have they figured out what's causing that audio bug that makes everybody crash?
I'm pretty sure they do. We're trying to figure it out. So MDBs are shooting at something. There we go. Now I'm getting ready to crash.
Alright, guys, I'll see you later. I'm gonna tap out here.
Well, have a good night.
Well, I just came back in at the next gateway.
Yeah, my screen froze right now. Oh, and there we go. I crashed too.
I think the server's full.
It was like one by one. It was slowly that people were crashing. Who's party leader? Okay, yeah, it's not even showing you as party leader right now. For some reason, it's showing me as leader right now, which doesn't make any sense.
You sure you're still in party?
Right. Invited you to party. Oh yeah, hold on. There you go. Party lead.
I am, at least I should be, unless you guys change servers.
I'm showing you Ark as server leader or party leader.
I'm in it, and now I'm over at Stanton.
There we go.
Okay, so 2026 obviously has a lot of big games launching, but I wanted to review some of them, discuss some of them, because 2025 ended up being sort of a surprising year. There were some big surprises, like probably Expedition 33 is the best example. You know, a lot of us thought it was going to be good, but I don't think anybody expected it to be as good as it was, or certainly to be received the way it was and to kind of break into the mainstream. So I think that there's odds of there being another one of those types of games in 2026 that ends up being massive and surpassing everybody's expectations, and you know, ending up being nominated for Game of the Year against GTA 6, which, let's be real, probably gets nominated. So I want to talk about what that sleeper wild card game could be based on what we know right now. I have a couple of ideas I want to throw out to you guys, but of course, if you have ideas, put them in chat. I want to hear them. Beyond that, there's a bunch of other AAA stuff that has been announced that is coming, and I wanted to go through the kind of lineup and share with you guys, because there's a lot, and it will also help you kind of get an idea of what's happening next year. In addition to all of that, there's also, of course, games that have not officially been announced or revealed for next year that almost certainly are coming next year.
For sure.
And we'll talk about those. Like, for example, Judas probably launches next year. That's Ken Levine's next game. At this point, I would have said like 3 months ago BioShock was coming too.
Yes.
But they basically just restarted development on that, apparently.
But you said
seems
he was
like.
in party.
So that's probably not coming anymore. But I think Judas should be ready.
So
of
I don't
course,
know
like
if he's,
AC Hexe should be coming.
His intentions, I don't know if he's in
still hasn't been announced
Discord
yet,
right
but
now.
it should be coming as well. Tides of Annihilation, stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot. So we'll go through all of this and discuss it. It's going to be interesting. Of course, if you're here chilling with me on the stream, let me know your thoughts in the chat. That's why it's on the screen. And if you're watching the recap, just make sure to like the video and subscribe, because a lot of you who watch the stream clips aren't subscribed, and that's stupid. So subscribe, damn it. Or don't. I'm not your dad. I can't force you to. The first one I want to touch on, of course, is hotly anticipated, and I do think ends up reviewing well. And it's sort of like the you know, it's the most obvious one in the first chunk of the year that everybody is just kind of like, yeah, it's going to be really good. And that's, of course, Resident Evil Requiem. This one, you know, interestingly, in 2025, the assumption was that like Monster Hunter Wilds was going to end up being Game of the Year contender, and it ended up launching unoptimized, pretty buggy and broken, rushed out the door, and it was kind of a letdown for a lot of people. I don't think this is going to be a repeat of that. I think this is going to review well and be received well, but I'm not sure if this ends up like smashing all expectations. I don't know what the vibe is. I think it'll be good. I'm guessing it's in that like high 80s range, but I'm not sure if this is like, you know, gonna do a ton of stuff totally new and different to really shake up the formula, because it seems to be an interesting melding of a lot of the learnings they've had from, of course, the recent games, but also some of the remakes that they've been doing. It's gonna be really interesting, but I also don't hear a lot of people talking about it as well. Like, I think people will play it and buy it, it'll sell really well, but it's certainly not generating a ton of excitement in that same way as, like, you know, GTA would be, of course.
Hey man, hope you're having a good day, love your vids. The
Thank
game
you.
I'm looking forward to besides
I'm ready to do the
but
next
I'm looking
section.
forward to
Polaris or
Jurassic
something?
Park Survival.
Is
What
that,
are your thoughts on it?
Oh, is that one we got the trailer with the girl walking around?
Sure.
I think that's could be interesting if it's executed well. I mean, that's the big question. If it's executed well, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. A lot of those like licensed games, I'm always pretty skeptical of. You know, thank you for the 50. That's ridiculously generous. That's insane. But yeah, Wolverine is also a huge one we'll talk about in a minute. 'Cause that one also I think is going to be interesting to watch. But we'll circle back to it. Thank you again for the 50. Crazy generous. As for going back to Resident Evil, I think again this does well. I'm just interested in seeing if it's fresh enough to like really pierce into that mainstream in the way that some of these other games that we're going to talk about I think have the chance to. It's kind of cringe to say, but I do think a lot of games nowadays, a lot of the more casual audience, they rely on like viral content and moments in order to decide what they want to jump into. That means they rely on like YouTube videos, on stream clips, on TikToks, on YouTube shorts, like their friends send them a video of something crazy, and it could be just some really cool monster design in Resident Evil that gets them excited, like, oh, I want to play that. Or it could be that there's some funny moment that happens in a multiplayer game, but that type of thing is helping games explode. I think that's what we have to do. And I'm interested to see what they do here. What I do know about Resident Evil is that they have a lot.
Yeah, it's to get the key. It's to get the key card to open the remote or the auxiliary station.
Is but a sliver.
Yeah. But if the door's already open,
I fully expect there to be a lot of
you're just farming
surprises.
it, or you just keep on. You just hang on to
specifically
it.
they are trying to learn the lessons from Resident Evil 8. Which, like, what drove me crazy about that game was that you play it, and then, like, towards the end, it just turns into, like, a crappy Call of Duty mission. No, like, story spoilers or anything, but, like, it just kind of lost focus and got weird. You know, it was like, what are we doing anymore? I hope they don't have that problem here, and apparently they will split it between the two protagonists, so their playstyles will be different, and that'll help it feel less dissonant, but it'll be interesting.
$494 donated $20 through Super Chat.
Maybe this whole mission's
Leon is what got me
it's
kind
4 out
of
of
hooked
5
on the
done.
Resident
So
Evil
there's
franchise.
definitely a
Not
boss
huge
in
fan
the
playing as
cargo
Ethan's
bay.
daughter, but that's just me.
No, I mean, it's just about your preference and taste, so if you're not feeling it, that's totally fine. I think it's going to be interesting to see, like, old school fans, of course, are eating it up.
Yeah, the Polaris
like they've seen Leon.
Okay, so
I don't know
right,
if normies care, you know, and I'm interested to see the genuinely
the mission
interested. The next game I want to tackle is one that I think has the potential to, like, really explode into that mainstream spot, and that's of course Crimson Desert. The reason I think this has the potential to do that is because this thing is overflowing with, like, you know, those videos or like those old school things in school when, like, your buddy comes in and tells you, did you see this? Did you look over here in the game and find this weapon? Or did you see this boss fight is hidden inside this cave? It's something that I felt again with Elden Ring, like when I was texting my buddies from college, be like, did you see that there's a boss on this spot of the map? And I take a picture and I send it to them, and I'm like, if you go here and then you go do this, you can find this, like, sunflower looking ass boss, and it's really cool. This game gives me similar vibes that there's going to be a lot of stuff like that, whether it's cool creative ways to get through puzzles or boss fights, or if it's just the scope and scale of it. I think that it has a lot of potential for
I'm in the med bay of the
viral, unexpected things that excite people. What I will also say is that the official reveal trailer, this is something I mentioned in my video on Crimson Desert on the main channel recently. What's interesting is that this original trailer showed a lot more cinematics that we've not seen since. And I'm hoping they're still in the game because some of this looks awesome. But you see what I'm talking about? Like with the crazy cinematics and stuff? Bear in mind, when this trailer dropped, the game was still an MMO. Let that sink in. This was an MMO when they put this trailer together. Now it is not an MMO. Now it's a single player adventure game. But when this trailer was put together, it was announced as an MMO. You can see in the description. Watch the official game reveal trailer for Crimson Desert, an upcoming MMO RPG, and the second to be brought by Pearl Abyss, the creators of the Black Desert franchise. Like some of this stuff, man, I see these clips like, ooh, what's that? Or this one with the guy chained up. Like, this looks cinematic as hell and awesome. But we've not seen this again in trailers.
Guess we're fighting.
We've not seen this again in trailers. So if they have this level of cinematic quality in the game and they just haven't been showing it because they don't want to spoil stuff, I think that could help it really explode. Because if it has the level of gameplay complexity and depth that we've seen showcased all over the world at all these shows, and it has this level of, like, cinematic depth and quality, dude, I think we're in for a treat. I really think so. Especially, we've seen but a sliver of, like, some of the boss fights and stuff. And what we do know is like, from even Black Myth Wukong, Just
know.
having a couple of really
Is there
badass
people
boss
inside the
encounters
Polaris
can be
already?
enough for your game to go viral and
'Cause I'm only
explode in
barely seeing
popularity. Like
anybody's
it's
markers.
maybe too bad that it can be that simple sometimes, but seriously, that's what it can come down
I'm in the
to a lot
Polaris
of
right
times.
now at the end of the
They
hall.
showed, for example,
That's me with the
where's
flashlight. You'll see me in 2
dragon
seconds.
bit? Like
Okay, I'm
this
running up the
boss fight.
stairs.
I've already cleared.
If this is just one of the things they're showing,
Alright,
like,
hold
can you
on.
imagine? Can you imagine what they're not showing? What they've
I
kept
see-
private? What like
I
the
see a
final boss
triangle.
fights like? Like I think the odds
not
of
much
viral
else.
or virality
I got my
go up
flashlight on.
significantly, and that helps games explode. It's one of the benefits that helped Expedition 33 blow up in popularity was just that it had so many moments that were just crazy, beautiful,
There you are.
and
You're good. There's
tear
one down the
jerking and
stairs.
heart-wrenching,
Yeah.
and I
One
think
or
that's
two.
really gonna help it.
To your left.
I almost
Motion
shot you in the
capture,
butt.
Assassin's Creed could never.
No, I know.
Look at
it's-
this. Look at this.
It's the markers.
Look at that boy. Look at that boy. Damn. Damn. My primary concern, of course, and I've said this 1,000 times, so it's no surprise to anybody, is just performance. Because
Yeah,
the
it's real
PC
buggy right
gameplay footage that they show runs really, really well.
Yeah, it's,
the console footage we've seen
make sure
is
before we
definitely
start.
relying a lot on upscalers.
Forward.
So I'm optimistic
Okay,
that
yeah.
they can polish it, but that's
Okay,
the
I'm gonna open
question
this door now.
for me.
Donated $10
Oh, I gotta reload,
for
actually.
super chat.
Oh.
Time to Schlee 5090s.
Dude,
Too
Schlee.
bad I only have one.
I would love it if it was unironically called sleeing. Can you imagine? I have to slee my graphics cards. Well, and this is one thing that I do think is important to stress.
Oh, you have to open this
is
bay
that
door.
This is a game
open it
built
now.
in a proprietary engine, and this is me
This guy's
confessing.
to more to the right.
This
in
is
the
me
center.
opening up.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
I
see
tend
contact with two.
to look at games and instinctively put it through the
Okay,
filter
thanks.
in my mind of Unreal Engine. When
Rod
I
doesn't
see
have a
something
building
like
yet?
this, I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
open
Get your
world,
building.
Unreal,
Mark's like the IMF right now.
it's gonna run like ass. Like that's just
Yeah.
what I default to, you know? But that's
Okay,
not what this
wait.
is. This is an
we're
engine
pushing
that's
that
been
right.
built by a company,
So I see Auslander.
basically from scratch,
Is that bay door
for
open?
open world
No, it's
adventure, crazy in scope games like this.
Clear
like
right.
it has been
Clear
built
right.
for this
So
game,
you're
not
pushing straight up.
built to be generic, kind of a
'cause I'm not
catch-all
seeing
engine,
any-
and then it's
okay,
being
now I'm starting to see
reworked
people.
for
Right-hand
this game.
side.
And I think
Guy
that's
behind
an
the box.
important distinction.
Got him.
It still means you need to polish and
Down.
refine and stuff.
This
but
room,
I have to put
public's
myself
clear.
in the mindset of like, this is not an Unreal Engine game. So just because Unreal Engine games would struggle with this
It
does
might be
not
the
mean
body
that
around
this
here.
game
Checking
necessarily
all
will
these
struggle
ones
with
over
it.
here.
It's probably going to struggle with other things, but I think that's important to stress is that this is a tool set that they've built pretty much from the ground up for what they want to
Pulverizer
do,
ammo if anybody needs it.
which is going to be interesting to see how it.
Yeah, I'm
they
grabbing,
pull it off. It's the same thing why like people were saying for some of Ubisoft stuff, like with Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, they had a bunch of foliage. Like Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. They had, where's just, is this just, yeah, this is a snippet that's good enough. They wanted to have all of this foliage in Pandora, like blowing in the wind realistically with the gusts of wind that carried through. So they built out the tech in their, is it Frost? No, it's not Frostbite. Snowdrop, I think is what Ubisoft says. I was
We'll find
getting
the boss
Frostbite and
somewhere.
Snowdrop mixed up for some reason. I think it's Snowdrop. They built that out to make it possible and make it work. But if you were trying to do just this one very specific thing in an Unreal Engine, your frame rate would be in the 20s, you know? But it's because that they built this very specific thing around what they wanted to pull off with like all of the foliage blowing in the wind, which
there's
other
the
games
sniper
would-
rifle. You want to go
or
check
other
the,
engines may struggle with. Doesn't mean that this game is perfect. It
door
just
here.
means that like
clear here?
particular things that other engines may
Go on.
struggle with, this one may
Probably.
not because it's been built
There's
to
two
achieve
guys.
that very specific
All right,
thing. you
got
know?
these
Crimson
guys.
Desert, I think that one's gonna pop off and be huge. Another obvious one for us to discuss. Another game that I think it probably has a lot of mass market appeal just in the fact that it's
I don't know if he's
a
dead.
very
dead.
recognizable IP, and that's
He's in
007.
kept.
This one launches
Oh,
in
this guy's
May,
dead, yeah.
and it's going to be
That's good.
interesting just because
I didn't
of
get
course
the,
it's 007. Everybody's heard of
I didn't get
007.
the,
So
trigger that he was
when
dead.
I mean you imagine like
Where's
the
the fuck's his
TV
boss?
commercials, the more casual gamer who's not that like in tune with with common discourse in the gaming community, they're gonna see this and immediately go, "Oh, a new 007 game that's like
right there.
kind of looks like Uncharted. Oh, cool." I think that they're gonna immediately get what it's trying to do. So I think that helps it right off the bat with like that mainstream appeal. They've also recently delayed it from March into May, seemingly to polish and refine, is what Hakan, the
times 2 or 3
the
down the
CEO
hall.
said. And so that is great news. They're going to take time to polish it because some sections in this gameplay reveal were awesome, of course, but like
Enemy
some
player
sections
at our
looked
location?
rough. Like this right here. This is the most replayed section right here. And it's, I think, because this is where the frame rate starts to chug. And it's covering up a loading zone. But I think the more obvious part where it started chugging was this right here.
The other
where
side,
frame rate
Dark
just
Falcon.
plummeted. It's a cool sequence, a really cool sequence using like actual physics sim and all
we're
this
inside the
to
Polaris,
clear out a
so,
level.
yeah,
This is
we're
legitimately a
inside
cool
the ship.
idea to shift the plane and get the weight to shift to throw the truck into the bad guys. That's cool. It just doesn't run very well. Like, look, oh god, it's probably down at like 10 frames, 15 frames, maybe. Like, it is struggling, and even then, like if we pause it,
Ben
it's
Lobin
needing to rely on
or-
upscalers pretty
I don't know
heavily
where he's
to
at.
hit
He's 50
this frame
meters
rate
out.
even still.
Ben
So
Lovin's, he's with
this
our,
is,
he's
as far as I
with our
understand
group.
it, on a base PS5. So it's
that's,
like
that's the only other marker
the
I
Series
see.
S would be worst
That's
case, but it's the weaker
around the area.
console,
Oh,
so
got the.
but they need to improve it. Like
here, I
it's,
found
it's
this
pretty
bitch.
rough. It's pretty rough. So seeing that they've delayed it, I think is it at least puts a little more confidence in me and leaves me more optimistic. You can see that this was uploaded September 3rd, just to give you an idea of how this typically works. I'm getting ahead of myself. My mouth.
Damn,
can't
I don't even
keep
have
up with what
space
I'm
for
saying.
this thing.
When I went to Copenhagen to see this, I spoke to them and they said that this was the same demo that was shown at Gamescom. Gamescom was earlier, like a few weeks before in August. Typically, demos like this are put together like a month, 2 months, 3 months before the event, because they have to like have a totally separate pipeline and process.
I found everything
for
here. I'm ready to go
sound
back to the main
and, verifying it,
main area.
polishing it up, and
Actually, no, there's a bridge.
So this very likely is a section of gameplay from early summer. Like it could be from June or earlier. Like that's not outside the realm of possibility with how this typically works in game development. And as a result, like we're talking about now close to a full year of polish from when this footage was put together, or this version of the game. And so when you realize that, you start to like, okay, they could make significant strides, but I think they need to.
Bridge is clear.
Because if it runs like that at launch, there will be videos made about it. But if they can polish it up, I think it could really change the narrative and instill a lot of confidence, and people would eat it up. As for other things, like they announced that Lenny Kravitz, of course, is the bad guy, or one of the bad guys. They just said a villain, I believe is how they phrased it. But Lenny Kravitz is going to be in it. I know some people have been
hold on, give me a second
suspicious or skeptical or don't like the casting. I like Lenny Kravitz as a performer, and I think he's going to do well in the role. We'll see how it's written, of course, but as far as casting's concerned, I like it. I like Lenny Kravitz. Call me cancel me, just my opinion. Cancel me.
Yeah, there's a special pulverizer here.
So there's that. And I think other stuff that they're going to do, I'm sure they're going to have like their own exclusive song or whatever produced and written. We'll see how that turns out, but that is going to be interesting to see how that plays out as well. The obvious one, before people keep messaging it in chat, let's just get it out of the way. The GTA 6 elephant in the room. This one, frankly, I would be shocked if it's delayed out of 2020.
Look at the name.
6. I think it has to come out.
Oh, it says unknown.
Like, at this point, it would have been pushed out like 2 years
color.
if it gets delayed into 2027.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I just would be stunned.
I don't know.
if
Right
that
now,
happened.
it's
like typically Rockstar does the first delay,
just wondering about that other
just
player,
pushing
what
it
the hell's
back
gonna
to
happen
another
with this.
year, and then they delay it to like
See, now
the
it's
spring,
showing
and then
me
they
something
delay it to the
different.
fall and lock it in. It's what happened with
Yeah, I
with
put
Red Dead 2,
my
for
old
example.
one back in there.
And I think that that's a pretty safe bet for how they typically
there's one on
do
the ground
things.
here with
and it's a good amount of
decent
polish
scope.
time and refinement time for them.
Yeah,
like
that
a
was the
full
one that
year
I
and a
had.
half, 2 years of polish.
Yeah.
That should probably
that's fine. Go
probably
ahead, take it.
make sense and help.
Pulverizer LMG. It's probably I don't know.
think
It's just
it's gonna come out.
I
in
got
November.
HDR on and
if
stuff.
it gets pushed to early 27, I'd
looks any
be
different.
very
Okay, let's.
very
I already got the.
but realistically, in terms of reception, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, it's going to have crazy mass market appeal.
I don't know if this guy's in our Discord.
Tons of people are going to play this. I've said for a long time, I think that you're going to see like a quantifiable dip in productivity across like the globe. I think you're going to see places that employ a lot of like gamer demographics, like young adult men. There's going to be mass call outs from work for people that want to take time off to play this. I think you're going to see like energy supply strained because everybody's at home downloading and playing the game. I think internet service providers will be struggling to like support the downloads because realistically, I don't think they're going to let you pre-download this. I think it's going to be downloaded the second it launches because they don't want leaks. So you're not going to get anything like that. I think there's probably going to be just across the board.
We still have to hit the auxiliary site, right?
There's never been a game this hyped or this anticipated.
Already done.
And as a result, it's going to be tough to live up to the expectations, but they know that.
Some guys were over there earlier.
Rockstar is like the one company who somehow never really disappoints people. You could say there's a first time for everything. Absolutely, there always is.
I hear it.
Well, when I crashed out from piloting the Polaris, I respawned in Stanton.
People said No Man's Sky. The game looks incredible. How could they screw this up? So it's not impossible. Not impossible. But again, I'd be shocked if it gets pushed to 27. I think it comes out in November. I think it's received very, very well. I think it blows up and does remarkably well.
My Wolf and everything's still here.
I think it's obviously like a front runner for Game of the Year nominations, and I mean, it's not really a hot take. It's not not crazy. It's not crazy, but I think that probably happens. I think The Expanse is one to really keep an eye on. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't been like locked in for 2026. It's just coming soon or coming when it's ready.
I don't know why Buddy didn't blow that up.
But this one is in a mainstream IP. There's a TV show, book series, everything for it, and it is crazy high production.
Oh, I don't know whose that was.
This is the segment of like actual gameplay here in a second that we'll see. And it's coming from Owlcat.
She's alive.
Perseus
is alive. It's just not.
Yeah, because Auslander looks like he's in his Starlancer
The
tank above us.
Yeah. I have two ships out here. I have the TAC and the Perseus.
Oh, Roger.
I mean, space guys just like behind the Polaris. Ended up here when you get disconnected from the Polaris.
Oh yeah, so.
Oh sure.
Yeah, so.
Almost.
So Void Terror, yeah. So there's the Idris that's still hanging out here. So I don't know what's going on. He says he's still in our party chat, but I mean he's not in the Discord.
I'm going down to put the card in, and that should be the end of the mission. Little payday.
All right, Auslander, I'm inside your ship.
It's outrageous.
Right.
So this one
Anyone else
is
can be coming on
expected
board?
probably in the next 18 months, but whether that slips into 27 or 26,
I'm gonna finish the mission.
Time will tell.
Yep.
I will say, all my
There's
timeline
still that other warehouse
estimations
we didn't
for like
do.
Western studios are typically like fairly
You guys wanna
straightforward.
do that?
But when you're talking about Chinese studios, for example,
Yeah, because it
all
seems like
bets are off.
everybody who
all bets are off. They don't give
in our
two craps about
Discord
crunch. They don't give two craps about
friendly
like
group, so I don't know
having
wherever we may just
3,000
start kicking out
employees
people
working on it.
in
They'll
our
just
party
do what they need
who's
to
not
do.
in
So they
Discord.
could pump this out relatively quickly compared to what we would typically expect from.
I just got
like,
in-capped
a
in the
like this.
remote, the auxiliary
Chinese
station.
crunch
I tried to
coming
jump
tomorrow.
through the
Exactly.
fire
You
thing.
just never
if
know,
someone
dude.
could
Like
come
it's
over
a
here and
different
wake me up.
beast entirely what they're able to do. They
Oh,
have
that thing, yeah,
amazingly talented
that-
people working on these games, and they have
Okay, I'll do the
thousands
decrypt
of
data,
them. And
then we'll
they like culturally don't have
be right
this
So
aversion.
Auslander, what do you want to do with your StarTech? You just want to leave it here?
Over like
Yeah,
crunch.
we can
and
just
things like that.
abandon
They just
it.
don't. So It's the one to keep an eye on for sure. But I think that one, if it launches, I think that could blow up.
You could
on the
pilot
same level
if you
like
like.
a Black Myth Wukong,
I'll
because again,
take
that was a
one.
game that, of course, had a lot of Chinese
well,
like
where are we?
national
Are we
pride
just
in
gonna
it.
go back
Where
to,
there were
the Stand
stories of
Gateway
students
next?
being let out of class to go and play Black Myth Wukong to like support Chinese developers. And
Or what's
also,
our,
like with this,
what
I
are we
think you're gonna
doing?
see similar stuff where it's just like so cinematic.
Yeah.
Nice. That's it. Complete. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
All right, Auslander.
That's
I'm
a
gonna
good
bring
one.
your ship back to the Stanton Gateway.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce and drop loot. We can start another mission, I guess. Away from this guy. Are we gonna kick this guy?
Well, I mean, Void Terror was supposed to be on our group, but he was doing everything else except, I don't know. But he never directly attacked us.
Well, we can withdraw.
We can disband party and then just reform a party. Yeah, just get back to get back to Nick's Stand Gateway and then just go from there.
It's fantastic. I can't wait to see
Oh,
more,
Gab is
and
gone.
it keeps getting better and better and more polished as they've shown
fucking
more and
space
more.
here.
So I'm excited to see what this looks
Oh
like.
shit, really?
Can't wait. I can't
Yep.
wait. But it's coming next year, barring any sort of delay.
Do you have
and,
anything valuable
yeah,
on you?
Yeah, pirates and vampire games. I feel like vampire games have also gotten a bad rep recently.
Yeah, I got some
but
loot on
we
me, but
need
not
more.
really.
We need more.
Very
To
valuable.
go through the actual
Read us in the
release
elevator?
schedule, though, to give you this.
Yeah, I was in the
we
Polaris
have a
and got
bunch of
disconnected
games,
and then
yeah,
I
like
ended up in
pathological.
space.
A lot of these I'm gonna
Oh, no.
kind of blow
shit.
past. It's not to say they're bad games
Well,
or that
I would say whatever
hate
loot
the
that you
developers.
wanna
I'm not
keep
saying that.
on
It's
you,
just, you know,
just
obviously
equip it
we're
and
gonna
then-
focus on the big stuff that
I
this
would say
community
after
may
that, then just-
recognize or find
Did you say your spawn
compelling.
back at,
So, like,
where's
let's
your
start with
spawn set
let's
at?
don't
You
stop
could-
girly
you could,
pop. This game, obviously,
yeah, you can hop in,
we've
Dark
wanted
Falcon.
to
Let's
cover
just
a lot. It looks.
There's a
seasons
tack
of
that
the
was
game.
left there. Just come in near the tack. It's right above the
Oh
Polaris.
yeah,
Actually looks
yeah.
pretty
There's
fire.
a tack.
I'm gonna be
Yep,
real.
Starlancer right there.
I'm gonna be real. Let's go girly pop. The flip phone dude and a Tamagotchi.
All right, I'll do my best.
Was
Yeah,
that
there's a tag
Tamagotchi?
just sitting
Dude, I
there
had a
if you wanna
Tamagotchi
come
back
in
in the
here.
day. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Did someone
Okay,
just share something
okay.
or invite?
This baller. Tamagotchi confirmed.
I did not see anything.
Anyway, going back to the full
Someone
schedule,
must invite me
we
as a
have
friend.
a number of games
I can see a small
like,
ship
for
moving around
example, Code Vein 2. I know some of you guys have mentioned
my
that one.
85X
That
on,
one is an anime Souls-like sequel. If you played
Yeah,
the
but there's
original
that
Code Vein,
Starlancer
you
tack,
know
you
what
can
that
take
is,
that.
and you're going to be interested.
Okay,
Oh, it's
need to
all
find it.
Straightforward. Lost
Oh, yeah.
Isle, this
It's
one,
like right next
I
to the
believe, as you
Polaris.
saw,
It's
it
right next
is
to the,
built around
right next to the
crafting
Polaris.
and
One of
Can't
uh,
miss it.
Stanton
like
Gateway.
exploration, but
All right.
it's specifically designed for 100+ player PvP and PvE server options. So, you know, reminiscent of games like
Yeah, we
Ark
may have to
or,
move to a different
or
server
Rust
because
and things like that.
this one is just way
Once we
too
get to
unstable.
February, oh wait, how could I? How could I? How could I? Of course, there's another game launching in January that we can't.
Are we gonna relay that in chat?
Do they
oh, wait,
not
it's
have
just
it, or am I looking right at it?
jump drive just now.
I think I might. Yeah, somehow I'm missing it. Of course, the other one for January that we're going to be looking at is High Guard. It comes out January 26th. January 26th.
Yeah, once
this
it gets
one we're
that
gonna
gateway, I
be
can go to
checking
menu.
out. I don't know if it's
We
gonna
can
be
grab
great
another
or terrible.
mission. Just
We'll
jump
see.
on it.
As for some of the other stuff in this period,
Let's see how
so
full
January,
the server
February,
is.
March, there's probably a few things coming that we just don't know
the
about.
shard is
For example,
196.
the Black Flag
There's like
remake.
hardly anyone in the.
The Black Flag remake, I do think
It's healthy at
just
server
being honest,
FPS
cancel me, I don't
30.
care. It's just my opinion. I think the Black Flag remake could end up exploding and being like really big if it's well done.
We're gonna just grab a mission.
Big
Go
if,
do,
I
it'll
grant
be a
you,
different
but
site
if it's
for
well
sure.
done, it could explode because again,
If that's
people
safest.
are playing remakes for
Yeah,
nostalgia
but we
a
have
lot
to
of
make
the time.
sure who's in our party. We have to.
I know
who
a
we think
lot
who
of
might be the
people
cross-realmer
who
and kick
probably
him out of
would
the party.
describe themselves as like
And then also
casual,
too,
more casual fans of gaming that maybe
if we have
play
an
like
idea
one
who this
game. They
person
play
is too,
Fortnite
we may,
or they play Call
if you
of
accepted
Duty
a friend invite
or
from this person,
Rocket
we
League.
may have to.
But they
move to from
spent
your
some of their
friends
teen
list.
years or formative years playing Black Flag back in the day because that was also like a big mainstream game. And I think a remake that starts to pop off and looks really good, especially if they can do a good job graphically, I think that could explode and be huge. They could also totally
Yeah,
screw
you
it up.
guys-
We saw, like, you
Auslander.
remember the initial announcement
You guys,
for
please don't forget to come over to the
remake?
auxiliary
Remember that?
station and
5
get
years
me
ago,
up.
announced trailer. The daggers so powerful, the graphics went back in time.
Oh, you're close by. I
If it's,
totally
if it's
forgot. I
something
just
where
took
it's
off.
just not quite on the level
Here,
of
hold
what
on.
people
Let me see if-
are
oh.
expecting, and it's just like a little funky,
Okay.
I got the free one.
it probably doesn't go over too well. Like,
All right.
it may still be
Sorry,
fine, but I
I'm
think
used
people
to
are
my
expecting
HUD
like
display
a
everything.
modern
That's
standard. So if they can pull that off, then I think that could work. That could work. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake. Yeah, they also moved that over. I think it's at Montreal
Auslander,
now,
I'll let
so I
you,
think we should
dock
see
your
that.
ship.
I think maybe in the same period, but we'll see. We'll see.
State NATO donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Don't forget the even bigger news than GTA V. Lego Batman. All jokes aside, I am probably going to no life that game as well because Rocksteady has lost all my faith in
Anyone
continuation
want to
one day.
revive him?
Dude, I think it looks fire. I think Lego Batman. Yeah, this one is another one for. Does this have a release date? I don't know if it has a release date yet, but this one does look fire. It's like literally they took everything from the Arkham series, May 29th. Okay, that's it. They took everything that like Rocksteady learned from the Arkham series, it seems, and then also their learnings from the Lego games, and then they've put it all together into
drop
this
Pluto.
game,
See if there's
which
a
just
marker
seems to
for
be
you.
like a perfect melding
Who's
of the
down?
two. And bro, I'm so here for it. I am
Stygian.
so here for it.
Stygian.
This
Okay,
is
I'll
like
see if I can
exactly, in
jump to
my
you.
opinion, what the Lego franchise needed in the game space.
Yeah, because the mission's
I grew
not
up
there
playing
anymore,
Lego
so
games.
just.
I thought
Well,
they
if
were
you
great
go
back
into
in
your
the day,
your
but
pin
this is gonna make me
markers
sound
on
like a
your
boomer,
on
so
your
please
map,
validate
it
me
should.
if you agree.
I should be listed there
I
because we're all in
need
the
it for my
party.
self-esteem.
Yeah, I should.
I feel like they
Okay,
made
yeah, I
Lego
probably
games way
will
too
jump within 30 kilometers or whatever.
Okay, sorry, cancel me. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. But bro, when I'm going
Is
through a
someone
level
still
and I have to
here?
find 35 different little bitty tiny random bricks to
Some
go
of us are
back and
already
then
at
craft
the,
something else that I can use to get another little
Stand
brick,
Gateway
like
next.
it drives me crazy.
Yeah,
it drove
the
me
mission marker.
crazy.
The mission location.
Especially because I grew up playing like the old school Lego
Let me
Star
come
Wars.
back. Let me come back.
Like those were fairly straightforward in comparison, you know.
I'm trying to remember where's the airlock here.
They turned into too big and too
Pegasus.
girthy of collectathons.
Oh,
or,
there's
I don't
exit
know.
right
Maybe
on
for
this.
like little kids, it
It's either on
took
Dr.
over
Carter's
part of
on
their brain or something,
port
but
side
it
or
did
starboard
not work
side?
for me. I see it and I roll my eyes and I stop playing. But this
starboard
looks
on the right
fire.
side?
I'm so excited for this. I think that
Yes.
this is exactly what
And
they
yeah, it's on
needed.
the right
And
side.
again, this shot.
Copy.
Remember seeing this shot? I was like, bro, they made Arkham Knight, but in Lego. Like they did the thing. I can't believe it, but they like actually did it. It's insane. It's absolutely crazy, and it looks
Right,
really
who's
good. So
Thunderwolf?
I'm so excited for this. I'm so
No
excited for
idea.
this. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Okay.
Right.
Can't wait.
I don't know.
So that's
I don't
another
know,
one
so-
to keep an eye on. Going
Might
out
be
of
the whole
January, of
next
course, we
to
get to
me, but I'm not
February.
sure.
Norse Oath of Blood,
Oh,
Viking
why
Settlement
85
Sim with
X
turn-based combat. This is one I actually checked out. It was
Yeah, that's
it's
my
very interesting.
85X.
It's, you know, people who find it like the Norse setting and like turn-based combat, I think should check it out. It's got
so
some
is that-
some like funny
that's what it
writing.
was
And
the,
it's interesting. There's a demo out actually
Okay, I'm
if you want
going
to
to
try it. So if you want to
for
just
my
give it a shot, go
friends
give it a
list,
shot.
just in case.
That one comes out. Unemployment Simulator 2018.
Not Thunderwolf, DJ
what is
85,
this?
whatever the hell it is.
I haven't heard of this. It's
Yeah, we're gonna
literally
do another
an
one.
unemployment simulator. Endure emotional pain
Stygia
and
needs a
societal
revive.
pressure, stay entertained, survive the routine, and become the hero of your studio apartment.
Yeah, we just
Battle
do
inner
this
demons,
again.
hide skeletons in the closet, and most importantly,
Yeah.
keep the bathroom clean. Okay. That's clever.
So
That's
is
good
the
idea. That's a fun game.
is
Neo
the
3 also, again,
the
if you've played any
QV
of the
warehouse,
Neo games,
is
you
it
can use that as
instanced
a
or is
fun.
it just
They know
there's
what they're
just
doing.
one
They're
in
really
the
good at
system
it.
and everyone
It's
shows
just-
up
I
here?
mean, they're kind of fire. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? Like, Neo is Neo. It's kind of its own thing at this point. But they have a lot more complexity within the
we
like
could say,
ARPG
keep
systems
the
than you would
group
typically
as
get in a lot of
Resident
Souls-like
guy.
rip-off
And
kind of
Idris,
spin-off games. They're very, very
shows
fun
up
and
again.
very
That's
well put
pretty much
together.
the only
Typically,
threat, right? I
I'm
think
gonna
it
say
was.
typically because there's always a first time, but yeah, I think that's one to check out. Cat breeding RPG from Super Meat Boy creator Mugenics.
We could try it
This
out.
looks awesome.
It's
Build
active.
the ultimate cat army
We already
for
got the
tactical
group in-
breeding and send them
most
into
people aren't
deep,
even
challenging
Discord, so-
turn-based adventures. Draft abilities,
People
collect
will
items,
just
and
be
manipulate
lost in
genetics across
translation, right?
generations in this roguelike tactics game from the creators of Binding of Isaac and The End Is Nigh. That looks awesome, dude. That looks awesome. I'm saving that one. That looks awesome. Romeo's the Dead Man. This is the one that they showed at the Game Awards.
Yeah, I think at this point, probably not to advertise.
Definitely didn't advertise. I brought back a pristine fragment. I don't know if that's good for any other recipe other than the armor. Yeah, I'm gonna be heading backstage. 2 seconds here, just grabbing more ammo with whatever fucking guns I got.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm trying to get her to dog, but she's just.
No good. Yeah.
Awards, right? Or Summer
you
Games
keep on
Fest,
moving.
maybe? Yeah, this was the one where it was just like,
Oh, yeah,
I
okay,
don't understand. It made me feel
Oh, are
old.
you upside down?
High on
Okay.
Life 2, bro, I know that some people don't, like, these games are too much for them. I get it. The guns talk to you. It can be, like, a lot to handle. And I get it. I get it. But, dude, I freaking loved High on Life 1. I thought it
Are
was
you able
so
to auto-dock
funny
yet?
and outrageous. It was like exactly
I should
some
be
of it
able
was
to,
a bit
but
much
for
at
some
times.
reason it's not
But
letting me.
dude, the part where like
So
you need to
move
have a
your
serious
ship a little bit
conversation
forward.
with your gun, and so he takes you out to the ultimate breakup spot, Space
then lower
Applebee's,
your
and then
nose
you have
down,
like a
I'd say, like,
heart-to-heart
5
breakup with
degrees.
him. Dude, it's just so freaking funny. It's just outrageous.
Sorry,
so I'm
Stitch,
excited for this
just gonna
one.
heal up for him.
Actually, behind me. Oh no, dude, Romeo knocked.
There you go now.
Romeo did knock
Lower
him
your nose.
over. Oh, Romeo. Hold on. They actually sent me, they heard that I was a fan of the game, and so they sent me this little like
turn her off,
living
Becca.
picture
You know
frame,
what?
and
Just
raise your
got
nose a
this
little
screen
bit.
in it,
Don't
and
even-
it just
dude, don't even
perpetually
bother coming to
has
get me. I'll just
Nike inside
backspace.
the little frame. It's
Are
kinda
you sure?
cool.
Maybe you got loot, whatever.
Piece of merch,
I mean,
guess, to just have nice.
nah,
photos
I'll just
there.
backspace.
But anyway, yeah, show us
Ah, okay.
Romeo. We demand
I'll get the
Romeo.
other
I
mission
showed him
now,
earlier in the
we'll
stream,
share
but just
it
a
then.
quick little fix for you. This was him eating his Kong last or 2 nights ago,
There you
whatever
go.
it was, and
Oh,
this
too
is how
far.
he eats
Yeah.
it because he's weird.
Too far away from the dog.
He has to like do a little dance while he
Sure,
eats
I
and he's
could still,
happy, and so he
it's really not a big deal.
he
I
does
know
it like
it's-
that.
There you go. Keep on moving.
So- oh yeah, you can see in this picture he knocked
Drop
it
your
down.
ship a little
You
bit.
can see he knocked it down. It's right there.
Okay.
That's funny.
A little bit more than
He's
the-
huge. Yeah, dude,
Yep.
you're telling
Just
me.
a little bit more.
Like 75,
And
80
go
pounds.
forward.
I think he's like 75, honestly. He's big. He's a
Perfect.
big
Oh,
boy.
yeah.
Continuing
next
on, Reanimal.
Raise
This
your
one is
nose.
one to keep an eye on. Again, this is all, we're not even past the midpoint of February at this point, okay? This is February 13th is what we're talking about. This is Tarsier
right
Studios,
there.
and
Should
these are
be
the
able to
guys that
auto-dock
are
right now.
actually behind Little Nightmares.
Someone else want to grab
This
the
is
mission?
confusing,
I
so
don't
bear
have
with
my
me.
loot because
Little
it was
Nightmares
mine.
1 and 2.
It keeps saying adjust
Little
position
Nightmares
to align
3
with Dockport, and I'm
was
like right on
made
top
by,
of it. So,
is it Supermassive?
Yeah, I mean, you're right
a
there.
separate company and team, which is why Little Nightmares 3 was like not quite on the
I
same
literally
level.
could
But
hop beside it.
Reanimal is what that team behind Little Nightmares is doing next. They do have a demo
I was
out.
saying
you can
someone
try
else
it.
just shared the mission.
I ran into a
mine's
bug with
already
it where
used
I
up
couldn't
for
grab onto a ladder at the end of the
cooldown.
demo, so I like died 35 times. It was kind
I'm
of
ready to take
frustrating,
off to
but
that next mission.
it's what you would expect from the Little Nightmares team. It
Yeah,
it
Outlander
seems
just
pretty cool, and
requested
I just love this creepy, spooky
I got another hour
stuff
to
like
play
that
too,
too.
so.
This is one to keep an eye on. if you're somebody like me. Some of the other stuff that we have, of course, going into the rest of February, we have Resident Evil Requiem, which we touched on. Going into that, World of Warcraft Midnight, which is another expansion if you are a WoW player. So that's happening early March. Bunch of other stuff. I'll try to go quickly because otherwise this will take all day. Of course, Crimson Desert's been delayed since this was written, so that's been shifted and moved. Mouse PI for Hire. This game I'm also looking forward to a lot. It is a first-person shooter, but with a hand-drawn art style. I met the devs at Summer Games Fest. They're super cool guys and very, very passionate and proud of what they put together, and for good reason, because it looks pretty baller. And of all the reveals that they could have possibly had, they revealed that the protagonist Mouse PI is voiced by Troy Baker. Because of course. Because of course, which is kind of crazy. So that's one to keep an eye on as well, I'd recommend, because it plays well, at least from what we saw at Summer Games Fest, and it's coming out soon. And more games with unique art styles need to be rewarded for that, you know.
I can't grab the mission again.
I appreciate it, frankly. John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This is another one of those like just turn off your brain and chew through bad guys games. It scratches that itch.
We can do that.
It's just
I don't really care.
It's a junk food game, you know. It's just one of those. You
I can just go to menu right
boot
now.
it up, turn Family Guy on
like,
a second monitor, and just go.
We can help
you know?
with someone different.
You just go. Some of the other ones, Solasta 2, early access turn-based D&D like RPG. This one. This is it. It's. I mean, again.
All right. And then who do we jump
it
on?
is a fantasy D&D like RPG. They describe it as turn-based tactical RPG based on the SRD 5.2 rule set. You make the choices. Dice decide your destiny. So if you liked games like Baldur's Gate, this could be one definitely to put on your wish list and keep an eye on
right now.
Because it's heavily inspired by those. And again, the more of these types of projects that you support when they're doing like the early work on these smaller projects, the more of the big projects you'll get. You know, because if you support them doing this like AA version or indie version of the game, eventually they can grow up and do like a Baldur's Gate version of it, which is how all of these studios start. They start small and then they get bigger and bigger and bigger based on what you support. So if it seems intriguing, if it seems interesting, definitely vote with your wallet on this one. And I'm telling you that because I would love to get more games like this. So just saying. Yeah, Warhorse is a great example of that. Exactly.